Good morning to our wonderful, distinguished guests here present and online, stakeholders in the world of disability. It's another opportunity we have for advocacy, for bringing ourselves together, for joining forces for the good of this community. And we want to get things started immediately as we welcome you to this international conference coming up. And so we'd like to welcome you to this international conference organized by the Association of Accessibility Professionals. And started, we do the first things first. We start with the national anthem. Thank you. Once again, we are all welcome to this auspicious event. It is part of our commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2024. And as we gather here this morning, our focus is towards the development of the accessibility industry in Nigeria. And as we've said, this has been put together by the Association of Accessibility Professionals. This might sound new to quite a lot of us within the community, and that is why we're here, and we're going to get to know more about it. But just to let us know that this association offers a wide range of services for the benefit of this community, focused on accessibility. We know one of our keywords is inclusion, and inclusion is standing on the premise of accessibility. Accessibility is one of the key points there, and that is why this association and the drive behind this vision is very, very important. Well, I will not say more than that. I have with me, it's a privilege to bring on board at this point in time the person whose brainchild this whole vision is. He is the founder and the board chairman of this Association of Accessibility Professionals. He's a disability advocate, a lawyer by profession, also a civil servant. He was the former technical assistant to the executive secretary of the National Commission for People with Disabilities, and he's currently the chief of staff to the senior special assistant to the president on disability matters. And he also holds several other positions within and outside of the disability circle. He is indeed versatile. And it is my pleasure to invite, for the opening remarks, to give us the foundation for why we're gathered here today, Barrister Yusuf Iyodo.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are following us from. We know that today we have guests from around the world connecting with us today on this very important occasion. Permit me to recognize the presence of Honorable Bashir Daudu, the House Committee Chairman on Disability. With us is my own father, my friend, Mohammed Adaisa, the SSA to the President, and a host of all other dignitaries. Earlier, I said good morning or afternoon or evening because we know that we have guests from the UK. In fact, we have two speakers who are joining us from the UK today. We have a speaker from Germany, someone from India, and I was told by our UK presenter yesterday that several others in the UK will be following. So it is an honor to have us in this event in celebration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Our association, the new one, and I am quite honored. We are honored to be pioneering this together. Thanks to the SSA, to the President on Disability Matters, who gave us the first platform and facilitated our off-taking. I'm most grateful to the Arts Committee Chairman on Disability who immediately welcomed us and began to give us tasks. Association of Accessibility Professionals, the executive directors will tell us more on what we're on board with, what we'll be doing. But just to say that I recognize the very important dignitaries that have joined us on this occasion. I recognize people from around the world who have joined us. My own leader and father is also here with us in the house, Paul Ihekwaba. Chris Agbo of the Qualitative Magazine is here. And indeed, Amomi, the master of ceremony for this event, a whole lot of other dignitaries that are here. Wholeheartedly, we thank you for identifying with us, even at our boarding stage, a stage where we are just coming up. To have people identify with you like this, believe in you, believe in your vision, and what you have to deliver is something that should not be taken for granted. So at the Association of Accessibility Professionals, AAP Nigeria, we are most grateful, most honored for coming on board and for you accepting us and for the many work that we are going to be doing together. There's a lot we have to deliver. We have brought on board professionals, civil engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, lawyers, and in every facet of society, we are going to be making sure that accessibility is sure. We are going to be training, we're going to be educating, and we are going to be advocating. We're bringing together a hub of professionals who knows what they're doing. Those who doesn't know right now will be trained. And very importantly, to point that beyond our advocacy, we are developing a sector in other climes. As you are going to be hearing from people from other countries today, you will know that they have gone far in the building of this industry, which we have started in Nigeria. So it's an honor that to be on board with every one of you, members of the management, governing board of the Association of Accessibility Professionals. It's an honor to be on board with you on this mission, and everyone who will come on board with us. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if the ES is already connected, but if he is, please, sir, you are highly and greatly recognized and appreciated, sir. I want to thank you for your very important work, and we look forward to working very well with you on this assignment and mandate that we have chosen to undertake. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that has helped to set the stage for why we are all gathered. Distinguished participants, both here present and online. Once again, we welcome you to this event. And we want to believe, even as we've been told, that there's going to be a whole lot of opening up that's going to help us to set this vision on the right pedestal. As it is said, the journey of whatever journey you're starting starts with one step. The journey of 100 miles, it begins with one step. And this is that first step that is being taken towards the establishment of the right accessibility framework that will be needed to run with it to ensure that it is established in the country. And so once again, I want to thank the founder, the brainchild behind this, Barrister Iyodo, for coming up with this with this initiative. And we want to believe that it will fulfill its mandate. Having said that, it is also an honor to now bring on board and receive a keynote address from someone who has really done a lot for this community. He has been standing by this community in every possible way to ensure that all that we need, all our desires between us and the executive and the legislature are enshrined appropriately. It is my honor to invite on board, thank you for joining us, sir, the Honorable Chairman of the House Committee on Disability Matters, Honorable Bashir Daudu, who will be giving us our keynote address. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
You are very welcome. I think you can hear me well.
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. It's a honor to be with you. Good morning, all. I would also like to recognize the presence of the SSA to the president and the other dignitaries and your invited guests. That this is development. This is the development of a very great situation for us in Nigeria. When Barrister Yodo came to my office and presented this situation, I was very excited about it because I felt that it was novel. He felt that you needed a buy-in from the legislature. The Speaker of the House of the Representatives of the National Assembly, that's the Parliament of Nigeria, which I'm a member and the chairman of the only committee for persons with disability in Nigeria. So we are lending voice to the more than 35 million Nigerian PWDs under the leadership of a very progressive leader, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, who for the first time approved the presence of sign language interpreters in the Nigerian parliament since its inception. We are indeed very grateful to him, and also for appointing me as the chairman of this ad hoc and the standing committee in the in the National Assembly of Nigeria. I said that so that our partners from outside Nigeria can have a little insight what is going on in here. But not to take your time, but it is important to note that after decades of advocacy and activism, and I'm glad that a lot of the folks that are sitting right there were part of that activism and advocacy. The FSA, Barrister Yodo, and the other folks that I'm seeing there. Your National Assembly, your House, passed the law, which is the law of Nigeria, law of the land in Nigeria now, which is the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act 2018, with moratorium for January 2024. It's the standing law in Nigeria. We know there are gaps there, but we have enough to run with. If you look at section 2 of the Eminence there, when you look at that section, it talks about accessibility, that the persons with disability, a person with disability has the right to access any public building in Nigeria, which we know is not the case. This is where your association comes in to provide a need for us to solve that issue. Because we have the law, but the law needs to be implemented. It needs to be enforced. So the compliance has started, and that is where we see that we see the need for your association. So this is coming at a perfect time, and I'm glad that you are doing this at the perfect time. So in that regard, I would like you to know that apart from that, there is also a motion.
I'm on meeting now.
Hello? which was also passed by the act by the total house, and that motion is the need to investigate the access of PWDs to public buildings in Nigeria. The reason for this is not to have ambiguity about the private sector, so that the private sector would know that as long as it's a public space and there's a public building, PWDs must be able to access the buildings. That's the reason for the additional motion that is supporting the act. So we're going to look forward to collaborating and cooperating with your association, as we wish you well, and we are there to give you any guidance from the legislative perspective. As long as you reach out to us, we definitely will be able to do that. So our promise to you, to your association, is that we're there for cooperation anytime you want the cooperation. We're there anytime you want the collaboration, including international cooperation, because that is also part of our mandate. So I'm going to stop here for now, but to wish you well and wish you a great startup, a great involvement, and the sky is the limit. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Chairman of the House Committee on Disability Matters, Honorable Bashir Delgube. Thank you so much, sir, for spending some of your weekend with us. I'm sure you would have wanted to do some other things this morning, but you took out time to be with us, which shows the passion you have, which shows that you are fully engaged in this vision, and we appreciate it. Thank you once again. Let's clap for him once again, please. And it's good that we have the legislature behind us, but it's also better that beyond the legislature, the executive arm itself, the presidency itself, is fully with this community. And to this effect, along the line, a senior special assistant to the president was appointed and given the task of handling special needs and equal opportunities. And these are all what lump the aspect of the disability community. And so we're so grateful that the president, Mr. President himself, saw the need for us to have a senior special assistant, someone who will be a link between the community, between the commission, between all arms, all the organizations, all the bodies, the NGOs, all the stakeholders within this community and the presidency, a direct link. And so it is our privilege at this time to bring on board a very young and versatile individual whom has been given this responsibility, talking about Honorable Muhammad Abba Ita. Thank you very much. He will also give his own keynote address.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Or you cannot see me, what?
Yes, I don't see you.
Yes, it's for the purpose of the network. You know, when the video, the resolution of the video sometimes used to reduce the strength of the network.
Okay.
Well understood.
Yeah, so I would like, first of all, recognize our chairman, House Committee for Persons with Disability, a very humble man. When I log in, I think he logged before me. It is your first that I started seeing in the meeting, which is I'm very happy. And once again, congratulations to all Nigerian persons with disability for commemorating this day. I would like also to recognize our international partners being with us in this meeting. My Chief of Staff, Barrister Yusuf Yodu. Thank you so much for your brilliant initiative. for founding this association, for coming with this brilliant idea for us to achieve the mandate that Mr. President gave us. That is one thing with the leadership. I'm proud of my chief of staff. Whenever you are a leader, when you have a professional under you, they will be advising you. The seat of the
Exactly.
office of the senior special assistant to Mr. President is only one seat, but I need a lieutenant, people that they can assist me and achieve the mandate. This is an excellent idea. And it's an idea that is in line with the oversight function of our member, of our honorable chairman. He moved a motion in regards to the auditing. So association, AAP Association of Accessibility Professional, your mandate is also to go for the auditing. It's one of the mandate. You go to the auditing, not to build the capacity only. You have a wider task to achieve. And I'm proud that 100% by the caliber of the professional engineers, they are part of this association. We have all what it takes, as the MC, you have said, for us to achieve accessibility inclusion. We need to work as a chain. We need to work in a cycle. We need each other. I am from the executive side, and we have our own in the legislative, which is working hand in hand in reforming the policy and moving a motion. We have all what it takes, and with the coming of this association, we're very good to go. I'm very happy, and I'm calling for the international donors to support us. And I thank you all most sincerely. And with this, I will go ahead, please, and read the message of Mr. President. It's only one page for us. Distinguished guests, esteemed organizers, and participants. I bring you warm greetings and compliments of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Army Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in my capacity as a Senior Special Assistant on Special Need and Equal Opportunities.
Open that door.
I am extremely delighted to stand before you today at this remarkable accessibility conference organized by the Association of Accessibility Professionals, AAP, to commemorate the International Day of Persons with Disability. The theme toward the development of accessibility includes industry in Nigeria speak to a critical aspect of our collective journey toward inclusivity. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the government of Nigeria places significant priority on issue of accessibility, recognizing it as the precursor to inclusivity. Without accessibility, persons with disability cannot gain access to the round table of decision making. Can you hear me? Somebody call me. Hello, can you hear me?
No,
Yeah,
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Under
We
the
can hear
leadership
you.
of President, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the government of Nigeria places significant priority on the issue of accessibility, recognizing it as the precursor to inclusivity. Without accessibility, persons with disability cannot gain access to the round table of decision making. And without a seat at that table, meaningful inclusion remain unattainable. Central to the implementation of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act 2018 is accessibility. The lack of accessible environment, infrastructure, and services remain one of the most pervasive forms of discrimination faced by persons with disability in Nigeria. This is why my office, working in collaboration with the National Commission for Persons with Disability, is determined to ensure the full implementation of the National Disability Act. I am pleased to announce that following the expiration of the 5-year moratorium, President Tinubu has approved the establishment of a presidential task force on accessibility, which is very big congratulations to Nigerian persons with disability. This task force, in partnership with the Commission, will work diligently to ensure that all ministries, departments, agencies, and public infrastructure across Nigeria conform to the National Accessibility Code for Persons with Disability, inshallah. In the transportation sector, we are committed to ensuring that all commercial vehicles, including airplanes, provide accessibility measures and meet the requirement for disability inclusion. This effort underscores our commitment to creating a society where no one is left behind. Let me commend the Association of Accessibility Professionals for organizing this laudable conference. Your work is invaluable in championing accessibility and fostering collaboration across sectors to promote inclusivity. I am indeed proud to have facilitated the takeoff of this AAP, and I remain committed to the implementation of the law, especially in the area of accessibility. My office remains open to partnership and collaboration that advance accessibility and inclusivity for persons with disability in Nigeria. Together, we can build a future where every person, regardless of ability, can thrive and contribute to national development. Thank you so much for listening. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Honorable SSAP. As usual, we can count on you to deliver that connectivity between the community and the presidency, the executive arm. And once again, from what you have told us, we can see that we are indeed moving forward. We are on the front burner as far as things concerning disability are concerned in the country, and that is really heartwarming. We've all heard the move that is being made, even by Mr. President himself, and I believe it tells us that we are on course, and that should be heartwarming to this association. And so, once again, we want to appreciate you, Senior Special Assistant to the President, Honorable Muhammad Abba Issa. Thank you for also taking out time to be with us during this event.
Thank you so much.
So, as we move on, we just want to remind ourselves the theme for the 2024 International Day of Persons with Disabilities is amplifying the leadership of persons with disabilities for an inclusive, I emphasize, inclusive and sustainable future. So whenever we talk about inclusiveness, inclusivity, however we want to call it, we are talking about accessibility. That is one of the key standpoints when we're talking about inclusion. And of course, for it to be a sustainable future, there needs to be a foundation, a very solid foundation. And that is what is being laid here by this association. Once again, we want to thank the brainchild and all those who have come together to put this association together, because we believe that it is for the best interest of the community. Moving on, we have more keynote addresses, or at least the very last keynote address from someone else who we believe will also warm our hearts even the more with what he has to say. He is the Nigerian Executive Director of the Association of Accessibility Professionals, and he has a BSc in Urban and Regional Planning from ABU Zaria. He also has a Master's in Environmental Management from the NDA Kaduna, He's a member of the Nigerian Environmental Society. So that could tell you why he is important, because we're talking about accessibility. It covers the whole environment. So it has a lot to, a major role to play. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. David Onwata to give us his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Ladies members of the Executive Director, Association of Accessibility Professionals, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all seated here. It is my honor to recognize the presence of our House of Reps, House Committee Chairman, Section of Honorable Baton Dawodu, who has joined us on Zoom. Also, the SSA to the residents and persons with special needs, and also the founder of this great association, the person of Barrister Yusuf Yodo. I want to say thank you very much for appointing me to take position of this association as the executive director. Now we start by, let's say, it is my honor to stand before you today to discuss the vital theme of force development in the accessibility industry in Nigeria. As we gather here to share our knowledge, expertise, and best practices in the field of accessibility, it's crucial that we work together towards creating more inclusive and accessible society for all individuals, including those with disabilities. In Nigeria, there is a growing emphasis on the importance of accessibility in the various sectors, including transportation, infrastructure, technology, and education. As a professionals in this field, we have significant role to play in advancing accessibility initiatives and promoting barrier-freedom environment for everyone. By collaborating with stakeholders advocating for policy changes, implementing innovative solutions, we can drive positive change and create a more inclusive society. It is only through our collective efforts that we can truly make a difference and ensure equal opportunities for individuals, regardless of their abilities. I urge each and every one of you to continue your dedication to promoting accessibility and inclusion in Nigeria. Let us work together towards building a more accessible future for all, where everyone has the opportunity to know and succeed. Also, I would like to talk about our mission, our purpose, and what we do. Talking about our purpose, AAP Nigeria objective is to help accessibility professionals develop and advance their careers, supporting organizations in integrating accessibility into their services, products, infrastructure. Our vision is a unique profession that creates disability inclusion via accessibility rights practices, and our aim is providing accessibility solutions for the benefit of all, especially persons with disability. Since our founding, AAP has been committed to break down barriers by promoting universal design principles, influencing policies, change, and driving awareness around the importance of accessibility of life. We believe that every person, regardless of physical, sensory, cognitive, and psychological impairment, should have equal rights to produce services and opportunities. What we do, we provide a range of services designed to promote accessibility, support those working to create inclusive environment. Advocacy and policy. We actively work with government bodies, institutes, and private organizations to influence policies that promote accessibility. Our team regularly participated in policy discussion and provides recommendations on legislation, policies, and designs affecting people with disability. Education and training. We are empowered by the Corporate Affairs Commission to train, educate, and build the capacity of
professional, and organization aimed to fostering culture of accessibility and inclusion across all sectors in our society. As a recognized authority in accessibility and disability inclusion, we have been mandated to provide transformative education and training programs designed to empower organizations, professionals, and individuals with knowledge and skills needed to create inclusive environment through tailored training, season workshops, and webinars. We bridge the gap between understanding accessibility, understanding and implementing them effectively. Our programs focus on equipping participants with practical tools to meet accessibility regulations, including the National Disability Act and the on persons with disabilities accessibility regulations, while fostering innovation in disability inclusion practices. We pride ourselves on delivering impactful learning experience and address real-world challenges, ensuring participants gain both theoretically knowledge and actionable strategies. Networking and collaboration, AAP Nigeria, it brings together like-minded professionals and organizations nationally and internationally to foster collaboration and share best practices. Our events, both online and in person, provide opportunities for members to connect, learn, and grow their impact on accessibility space. Awareness campaigns, raising of awareness about the importance of accessibility is at the heart of our work. Through targeted campaigns, public events, and community outreach, we engage with the public and stakeholders to highlight the barriers faced by people with disabilities and the steps that we can be taken to remove those barriers. Empowerment drive. Our work on accessibility services is geared to empower individuals with disabilities, especially women and girls and youth with disabilities. Promote accessibility, gender-based services, accessible sexual and reproductive health rights, accessible healthcare services, accessible educative accessibility, social economical space, accessible climate change actions, accessible humanitarian actions, accessible governance, accessible social protection, accessible justice and development. Why accessibility matters? Accessibility isn't just about compliance, it's about creating equal opportunities for all, whether it's accessing information online, using public transportation, or enjoying visits to public parks. Accessibility is fundamental to ensure that people with disabilities can live full and independent lives. Without accessibility, environments, millions of individuals are excluded from participating in every activities that many of us take for granted. Nigeria strives to create a future where these barriers are removed and where inclusion is the norm. For this little I've spoken about, I would like to happily inform you that immediately we started our association after a meeting in the House of Representatives with the Honorable Chairman, House Committee on Persons with Disability. We hit the ground running by concluding our accessibility audit at the National Assembly, and the reports also have been submitted. And to the glory of God, we're still moving on with other places such as hotels, schools, and both primary, secondary, and higher institutions, so that we could put on this to make sure that this accessibility for persons with disability is achieved. Thank you very much.
The Executive Director of the Association of Accessibility Professionals, Mr. David Onu-Aka, thank you very, very much for that keynote address, which has also added some building blocks on the foundation that was laid by the founder himself. And we all agree that there is ability in disability, but I'm sure we'll agree more that ability in disability is enhanced by accessibility. Did you get that?
Yes.
Ability in disability is enhanced by accessibility. And so that is why we are running with this vision to ensure that it does indeed stand and see the light of day. Having said that, I believe we're supposed to take a slight break.
Yes.
And thereafter, we'll be coming back with our first presentation. And I want to assure us we have different, different kinds of presentations, including experiences, things that will help us to understand the very importance of what we're doing here today. So we want to ask each and every one of us, please, those of us here, stay where we are, and those online, please don't go too far with the last shot. Okay. Okay. Very good. So we'll begin, but I would also like to mention that we actually are expecting the Executive Secretary of the National Commission for People with Disabilities to join us. Yes, I know. Yes, so we're expecting him also to join us, perhaps network or whatever issue, but he's also going to be joining us. But right away, while all different breaks are taking place, while we're having the break here, the tea break here, we know that everyone online there also has something beside them there. I want to believe that Mr. Yodon has made provisions and sent virtually to everyone at their different locations. So you all have your virtual provisions there. So it's my pleasure at this time to bring on the very, very first presentation, which is a solution demo show. Our presenter is a digital accessibility consultant. So that shows us that we are going to have some digital razzmatazz before us in the next few seconds. He specializes in implementation and strategy, and has had over 8 months at IDPD, where he's a team lead there, and several years of experience in front-end web design for non-profit organizations. I'm talking about Frederick Radi. And at this conference, he's delivering a presentation on why digital accessibility matters and how organizations can improve it. He'll be offering valuable insight and practical steps for fostering more inclusive digital environments. Take it away, Frederick.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm very honored to speak here, very honored, and I think I can say this for our company. We are very honored by your request, and I am very impressed by your work, by your enthusiasm for this topic, and by your fight for inclusion. I will start my PowerPoint presentation shortly, and maybe as a first introduction, our company, IABLE, is helping organizations to achieve digital accessibility, to reach compliance with the worldwide norms on digital accessibility. And we have done that since 5 or 6 years. We are what you usually call a scale up. So right now we have 100 employees, and we are the European market leader for digital accessibility. There are, of course, other players on the world for digital accessibility, which have also done great work. And our company was founded because a friend of the founding team couldn't start their studies at a university in Germany because of his visual impairment. And from there, the founding team did research on what softwares can do to help with this problem. And that's how our company started to be founded. And so we started with softwares that you can install on a website and help for visual improvements. But now we have a whole framework on digital accessibility tools, but we also have a testing department with certified accessibility professionals who are testing surfaces, for example, websites or apps or terminals. And what we also do is that we help with the project management. So we not only pitch this topic to a lot of organizations, but we also help them at every step in this journey. That being said, we are not a website agency. We don't do websites for organizations, but we support the organizations and the website agencies to reach the required level of accessibility. First of all, I also want to ask you if anything is unclear, if I am too fast, or if you can't access some information that I have only said or only shown in my presentation, please feel free to interrupt me and ask me, and I will try to clarify. So let me now share my screen and my presentation, and I hope this works out. Okay. Here we go. You can now see my presentation from PowerPoint. Can somebody confirm this?
Yes.
Thank you. So right now it's about how digital accessibility matters and how it can be achieved by organizations. And I want to dive right into it. First of all, here is my contact information. Maybe if you need a consultation, or if you know an organization that needs consultation, please reach out to me and feel free to get into contact. We are always happy about new partnerships and always happy to help. And our first informational meeting is always free of charge and unbinding. So what is my agenda today? I want to build up this topic, bottom up, why digital accessibility and why it is relevant, and what areas are affected and how organizations can improve it. Then I will show you with a little live demo of how our software, how websites, apps, and other digital services, for example, documents, can be tested for accessibility problems. And of course, I will also want to make some room for your questions, because I think it is a very complex topic and there might be a lot of different backgrounds here. And you are all very deep in this topic. So maybe there are some specific things that I can help you with, which are less broad than I can explain in a presentation. First of all, accessibility is, of course, a human right, and you all right now in the past hour, we have heard a lot of good reasons for digital accessibility in general. And it is our mission to make the digital work more accessible, and that's why I'm now sitting here, and that is also why you invited us, I think. And we are also an inclusive organization ourselves. So this is the mentioned friend that couldn't start his degree because of his visual impairment. And he is now an employee in our company. And in all sections of our company, we have 20%, about 20% rate of inclusion of people with disabilities. And there are, of course, a lot of impairments where you can't really say if it is a disability or not. And generally, all these categorizations really lack the complexity of the diversity of humans. So what is digital accessibility? Digital accessibility is about digital content and about technologies and about them being equally accessible to all people. It is important because it brings inclusion. It helps with legal compliance, as in a lot of countries there are laws for digital accessibility, and I like to see, or I love to see, that Nigeria also already has an accessibility act, which is still very general, and maybe in the future there will also be legislation on digital accessibility, and I believe you are a big power and a big player in reaching that standard. And also, digital accessibility promotes to a higher quality, because, as you said, accessibility is about chances, it is about opportunity, and it is also about reaching potential. And that helps with higher quality. And there's a lot of windfall effects with digital accessibility, where people who thought they didn't have an impairment do also profit from the improvements. And we, of course, see that in a lot of areas, but I think it is particularly strong with digital accessibility. So what areas are usually the ones we are talking about? Usually it's about websites, documents, apps, but also various digital media, for example, videos, movies, and newspapers, and so on and so forth. The list is endless. Why does it matter? From the perspective of the organization who implements digital accessibility, digital accessibility helps them to reach a broader audience, because about 10% of the population are affected by digital accessibility. It helps to reach a higher brand value, partly by a broader audience, but also due to reputational benefits. It provides an enhanced user experience for all. And digital accessibility is also important for compliance, may it legal or ethical. But what I want to emphasize here is that in Germany now, for example, where by next summer, most commercial players like private organizations, profit organizations, have to make their online services accessible, there are a lot of small little backlashes. So when I, as a digital accessibility consultant, talk to businesses, they often see this as a burden, which is in a way a shame, because before this legislation, we were mostly dealing with organizations who saw only the potential. And now, as you may believe or may understand, there are often decision makers who value their independence more above their duties. And if digital accessibility becomes only a duty, it might be a danger to the general implications and the general, how do I put it, benefits of digital accessibility and how people perceive this topic. So that is also very important to us, to always emphasize the benefits and the chances of this of accessibility and inclusion, and legal compliance should only be a small motivator, a helper to regulate the market, maybe, so that there is maybe a competition on being not only the one with the most profits, but also the one with the most inclusive services. So in the end, I believe everyone benefits. And I think you all will agree with me that not only people with disabilities are benefiting from digital accessibility, but the organizations themselves benefit largely from the higher visibility they have, but also from the higher visibility of the customers they might have overlooked before. To give you an example and to make this more easy, more graspable, let's imagine a website. Maybe it is an e-commerce, an online shop, or it is providing information about the services that are then done or pursued offline. So maybe, excuse me, one of the decision makers might say that none of their customers are affected by digital accessibility. And I think we can strongly advise them to think again, because digital accessibility means that people are visible, and non-accessibility means that people who don't have access will not be visible. So by being compliant with the norms on digital accessibility, by being more accessible, of course, 100% accessibility might be an ideal that we strive for, but which might never be reached because of the complexity of the world, of the information, and of people's demands and needs. But more accessibility will help with more outreach, and for e-commerces and for websites, it will also result in a higher conversion rate. And there are all these windfall effects which I mentioned. For example, let's talk about text contrast, which is an important topic for people with impairments of vision, but it is also important for everybody, because in a digital world, tired eyes are something like a general sickness already. People working on the screens all day often results in them being tired in the evening and then not being able to partake anymore in the digital communities that are in the world. And the internet was imagined as a space where everyone can sit at a table and discuss and meet, but also do business. And if we don't provide accessibility, a lot of people may suffer and may not partake in this digital world. So the world is very digital right now. And there are other examples, like, for example, getting a passport from the city's office online, doing online banking, or buying a ticket for the public transport, which are basic things of everyday life, where digital accessibility helps people to take part in life in general. We have to remember that disabilities are very individual. So disabilities might be physical, they might be due to aging, and they might also affect different areas of senses. For example, perception, but also hearing, and they might be cognitive or neurological even. So I don't have to explain this to you. You are professionals. This is basic knowledge to you, I believe. But what is important about digital accessibility is that it is relatively easy to pay respect to these different needs, because digital accessibility is about a super present part in our life. It is about the digital world, and we are living in a digital world now. And for most organizations, it is rather, I would say, a question of priorities and capacities right now. A couple of years ago, it was maybe more a question of capacities, but the possibilities, the solutions have been improved, and now all the tools are there to make the digital world accessible. And it doesn't take lots of capacities, neither commercially, from a financial point of view for an organization, and also not from a perspective of time and of human resources. So, for example, we created tools which make it more easy and quicker to reach digital accessibility. Who do we work with? We work with public, private, but also non-profit organizations. And so public organizations, we have customers from the smallest city you can imagine office up to national ministries and even parliaments. In the private sector, we engage with small local businesses up to global players and global organizations. And in the non-profit sector, we are dealing with, for example, small local football clubs, but also big humanitarian rights organizations and everything in between. So I have some perspectives from that, and we have some best practice workflows on how to work on the project of digital accessibility. First step should always be to educate it and to raise awareness in your organization, because only from there are we able to analyze the affected areas in an organization. The next step should usually be to check how the compliance norms for digital accessibility, for example, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, are affecting these areas and how these areas are in violence with these norms. For example, for a website, there's a design, there is a content management system or the content itself, but there's also the code of the website itself. And organizations need to cluster these and in the end break the big workload that they are facing down into small to-dos. And in order to do that, they have to do a full compliance check They can do that themselves. They can do that with external support, for example, by us. We can basically help in all these steps of the project workflow. So after education and awareness and the compliance check, of course, the next step is implementation and maintenance. So whether I'm creating a new platform or whether I want to change the platform that is already live and public, it doesn't really matter. I can either work on changing a platform and improving it, or I can also design a platform from scratch with the recommendations from an accessibility professionals. There is lots of potential to make this workflow as efficient as possible and to avoid that in the end, after creating, for example, a new product, you have to redo all the work because you are not in compliance with the norms. And when I say compliance, it often sounds like a legal obligation, but I generally mean norms in an ethical or legal way. So the fourth step is audit and monitoring. So may this be either a check after completing the product and auditing it for digital accessibility, which often involves a user-centric testing, or may it be a monitoring where you constantly, for example, once per week, check for accessibility issues with, for example, a software or with trained people. So these are the 4 steps in most projects, and we can support in every of this project. And in all this, it is about the key principles of digital accessibility. And you might know the World Wide Web Consortium and their norms on digital accessibility, which are perceivability. So that means information must be presented in ways that users can perceive. For example, texts that give alternative informations for images or videos if a person, a user, cannot use the necessary senses to get the information from these non-text media. Also, digital tools should be operable, which means mostly a good navigation. For example, a keyboard-friendly navigation, and that elements are big enough to click them with a mouse or to perceive them. There's also the requirement that everything should be understandable. That means the content must be easy to understand. For example, you want to avoid abbreviations that are unclear, or you want to avoid extensive explanations on a very high reading level. And there's also robustness, which means content must work well with current and future technologies, for example, a read speaker. We have created software to help with this. So a couple of years ago, all audits or accessibility checks in the digital world have been or were done with manual testing, which is still the gold standard of digital accessibility. But already now we can check 70 to 80% of the criteria, depending on what elements are there, with our softwares. So we have checker tools, which are called IAP Audit and IAP Report. IAP Audit is a live checking software for WCAG, where you can check for the violation of compliance norms on the website, live in a testing environment, in the development of the website, or also online documents. And then there's also IAP Report, which is an admin dashboard, which gives a good overview and is perfect for monitoring your whole process. And it also helps you with the project management of digital accessibility and of improving digital accessibility. And then there's IAP Assist, one of our many assistance technologies. It can be installed on the website, and it works as an overlay, which is controversial, I know, but hear me out. It is an assistance software for visual adjustments, and it gives text to speech for websites or in your browser. So you can install it either on your personal computer in the browser, or the provider can implement it on their website. And the tool itself is completely accessible, which means it is in compliance with the WCAG. It is, for example, navigatable by keyboard very well. It has a very high contrast value. And what is also often criticized about overlays is that it does not violate data privacy norms. And that is very important, because when we're talking about accessibility, we are talking about people's personal health data. And of course, then we need to respect data privacy norms very much. And I think Germans are experts in data privacy. So who would help with that if not a German company? We of course have a few other modules that help on the website. We have a tool that helps with artificial intelligence to translate text on websites into easier language, which lowers the reading level of the text and makes it more understandable. And we have a tool that helps on the website to translate text into other languages, and it works with DeepL algorithms. So basically every language is available. What is often criticized about overlays, that they are advertised as a one-click solution to digital accessibility. And we are not doing that. We are advertising assistance tools and overlay tools as one step in a digital accessibility strategy. And actually our tools help with a couple of the requirements for digital accessibility, but they don't give a 360-degree digital accessibility with a simple way. And for us, it's very important always to look at the capacities of the organization, to look at the required standards for these organizations, and to advocate for them to look at this holistically and improve the website or the app or any other platform from a holistic point of view, and to not only install overlays, for example, but also change and alter the code so that the code is accessible itself. This will all be more understandable in the live demo, but I wanted to give you a little introduction about what tools I'm going to show you. And what I want to say is that we are here to help you. So if any of you has problems, and generally if organizations have problems with this topic, because it's very complex, very hard to understand often, and we have a lot of possibilities to help, and we are always happy to engage. So right now I want to switch to the live demo. And maybe if you have any questions, now's a good time, but maybe you're all very excited now about seeing the live demo, and I'm happy to show it to you now. Let me share my screen again.
Okay.
Here we go. So right now I'm in our IAPL dashboard, and this is IAPL report. So what I mentioned is, and right now I tested the website of the African Union. Usually when I'm talking to customers in Europe, I'm testing the website of the European Union, because they made the laws for digital accessibility. And then it's usually very funny for the company that I'm talking to that even the European Union's website is not 100% accessible yet. So as a society, as a global society, we have a lot of work to do here still. And this is, of course, not to talk bad about any organizations, but I need an example to show you the live demo. So in our dashboard, you will find all our tools harmonized, and you can control your licenses, your users, and generally your accessibility in your whole organization, or your digital accessibility in your whole organization, excuse me. So what you can see always here is an overall rating of the website with respect to the selected target. So that means I can select from different target levels of digital accessibility. I will then also see the rating on the different levels, and this rating is a number we created. It's not something that the World Wide Web Consortium designed, but it's something that we do to help organizations to estimate how much work still needs to be done. To help organizations to estimate how much work. I can hear myself on repeat in my headphones. Maybe someone could mute their microphone because I have a hard time focusing then. Thank you. So we checked 10 number of pages now because this is only a live demonstration and it already gives a good overview. In IAP report, we always see how the digital accessibility changed over time. And we can also give or export a report from different times of the check. So I can select 2 time steps in the report and get a full report and on why my rating changed. For example, it might be due to new websites, or it might be due to new problems on the same website. Then there's a common issues chart. So you will immediately see what are the most important issues on your website. We have links must have accessible text, image missing alternative text here, and insufficient text contrast, and a couple of smaller or less often occurring problems, which might be important themselves as well. To tackle these issues, organizations would usually use their Issues tab, where they see all the problems that our software found. Again, software doesn't check all the rules, so there will always be a gap for the manual testing team, but it is, of course, very efficient to test 70 or 80% with the software. And if organizations have an easier time improving on digital accessibility, we hope that it also improves the internet for the users. So here are a couple of examples of issues that are usually very often occurring on websites. For example, there is image missing alternative text. One of these problems that I said before, where an image that a lot of people can't get the information from should have alternative text, so that, for example, a person with a screen reader can get the image read aloud to them. The same goes for links, which should have accessible text, but there it's not so much about the direction, but more, not so much about the information, but more about navigating on the website. Because accessible text of a link helps the user to know where the link leads them to. So this is only to give you some examples, and our software immediately shows the user or the developer what responsibilities are here and which issue belongs to which responsibility. And from here, they have a project management tool where they can assign these issues to people in their organization. So every person who works on this digital content, for example, this website, also works with HTML-based apps. Every person here has their own account. And also external organizations who work on this website could have their own personal account. And so from there, I can assign these issues to me or other people from my organization. And the assigned issues would then come up in the My Goals section. And in the My Goals section, I have a project management overview, and it can also be connected to popular project management tools in digital content creation. There is, for example, this problem now, links must have accessible text, and I can use some features here to set a description or to write comments about it so that other people in my organization know what to do. And I can also prioritize problems or move them to in progress, but to resolved, it won't move. I can't move it there manually, but it will only be moved there from the software itself. We also check PDF files. So For example, there are some PDFs on this website, and they all get an overall rating of 0%. And that is because there are sometimes mistakes which are critical. And critical mistakes, if they are violated, or if they come up, they result in an overall rating of 0%. To give you an overview of the PDF, you can open it here. And on the right side, there is a PDF, and every mistake is rendered with a red color. And on the left side, all the problems are occurring. And what I also want to emphasize is that all our tools, even this dashboard, are programmed with the accessibility guidelines in mind, and they can even be navigated by keyboard. So that is, of course, very important, because organizations should not only be inclusive to the outside, but especially to the inside. But if I'm talking about digital accessibility, that of course then impacts very much softwares and tools that are used inside the company, and also they impact, for example, intranets. So an intranet, that a software, if an organization, uses an intranet that they have had programmed custom, then they can also change this intranet with our tools, of course, so that it becomes more accessible. We also check for broken links. So broken links are something which is not in the WCAG, but it's something which is very important, because if a link is broken, someone won't be able to use the website well. Or a lot of people won't be able to use that well. What we also provide is accessibility statements, which help organizations, if they have not yet achieved 100%, they can generate a statement here, which entails all the issues that the software has found and reports on this in an accessibility statement that can then be made public on the organization's website, for example. Of course, this accessibility statement should be made public in a very accessible way. So right now, I only gave you a project management overview, but what is very important also is not to only have an overview where problems are occurring and what problems are occurring, but to get into the doing, to implement the improvements. And there are two ways with which you can do it with our tools. One way is in report. You always get extensive explanations on the problem that we found, but there's also two links to every problem that has been found. One link leads to the guideline of the World Wide Web Consortium, and one link leads to our knowledge database. This is very important for the person working on this issue to understand it, because a lot of digital professionals are not accessibility professionals. Our software educates them, it shows them where the problems are, it educates them, and it also helps with solutions. And I will show you that very shortly. But first, I also want to show you that, of course, an issue will often occur on several pages of a website. And there's always a section where you can see on which pages it has occurred. And from there, you can think about possible solutions in your organizations. Because if an issue only comes up on one single or a couple of pages, you might want to tackle it with a different approach than an issue that comes up on all pages. Often issues in the design are coming up on all pages, and an inclusive design is something that I have to work on in a very holistic way. We support with that, but other mistakes, for example, lacking alternative text, which is a content-related issue where you can educate the people working on the content, so it doesn't come up so much anymore in the future. But you can also, of course, do the manual work, and everywhere where a mistake is coming up, you can change it. In a live testing environment and also on the website itself, we can check with IAPL Audit. Let me show you how this works. IAPL Audit is a browser extension that can be installed right from the dashboard. And with the extension, you can do a live check on the website. So what IAPL Audit here on the right does, it crawls through the HTML on the single page. I can select again my required target, my conformance level I want to reach, and I can look at the details and see where the problem is. For example, insufficient text contrast. In the past years, it has become very modern to use gray text and maybe a lighter colored gray as a background, or white as a background and gray as a text. While this might look very minimalistic, it is a problem to a lot of users. And as I said, maybe to all users. So insufficient text contrast here might be a very easy to understand problem for a developer. There's another problem here, which no one who has not worked with web design a lot will understand. There's a meta viewport which prevents zoom. So it's basically a technology that limits the zoom that the user can apply, which is of course a problem for a lot of people who need content to be larger. And this is a very technical problem. And here the programmer may use our artificial intelligence technology, which explains the problem to the developer and also helps them with a possible solution. So it gives code recommendations right for this situation. And often I can just copy this code. It tries to solve the problem. Sorry?
Yeah, just to let you know, you have about 2 minutes more.
Ah, okay. I thought I had about 5 minutes still. Sorry. Okay. But thank you for the notice. I will speed up. I will speed up a bit.
Okay.
And 2 minutes may be sufficient. What I also wanted to show you is a visual improvement tool. So IAPL Assist, it's something you would install on the website, and it can help the user by increasing the font size live on the website. It also offers advanced settings, for example, letter spacing and word spacing, but it also comes with a color filter, for example, a blue light filter, but also a contrast mode for the whole website, which fixes the text contrast issues. There's also a color deficiency mode for people with color deficiency. There's a red deficiency mode or green deficiency mode, which they can customize to their need. And they can save their preferred settings right here. And it is not saved with a cookie or saved on our servers, but it is only saved on the local storage of the user's device itself and then applied by the software. So it's completely in compliance with the highest data privacy standards, and we are very proud about that. And still, every user can modify the website to their individual needs. And this is a very important tool for a lot of people, but it doesn't provide one-click accessibility because, as you might understand now, it does not help with, for example, alternative texts to images because it can't set these here. That is something we need to do with the checker tool and with training of our people. Thank you very much. That were my most important points on this final sprint of information. And I hope I was not too fast, it was not too much, it was understandable to you. Thank you very much again for inviting me, and I would love to hear your questions, but only if we have enough time for my questions.
Okay, we can focus there on accessibility in the digital space. And one key thing that I took away there, which was one of his first his opening statements, is that accessibility is a human right. And that really fits me. Thank you so much for emphasizing that. So that just kind of covers everything and anything that we're going to be talking about today. Well, I'd also like to invite, okay, do we have questions? Okay, so we will take 1 or 2 questions. So you're standing by, Friedrich? Good. All right, so let's take the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. What strategies can organizations implement to ensure their digital products and services, such as websites and mobile apps, are accessible and usable for people with disabilities, including those with visual, auditory, motor, or cognitive disabilities? Thank you.
Could someone repeat that? Who is closer to the microphone, please?
Okay.
Sorry about that. My question goes like this. What strategies can organizations implement to ensure their digital products and services, such as websites and mobile apps, are accessible and usable for people with disabilities, including those with visual, motor, or cognitive disabilities? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your questions. It's a very big question and hard to answer briefly, but I think the most important steps are to plan a budget for this, because of course you will need some financing for improving on this, but also plan a timeline and start to educate yourself about the issues, because it all starts with awareness.
Okay. It all starts with awareness. Thank you. We have someone. It all starts with awareness. Thank you very much. We have someone online, Mr. Ofanachi Paul. Are you there? Are you ready? You can unmute yourself now, please. Paul Ofanachi,
Can you hear
you
me?
raised your hand.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you
Yes.
can. Yes, you can.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone in the house. It's an auspicious moment. Like the moderator has said, my name is Paul Opanachi. I'm calling in from Canada, Ottawa precisely. My question goes to Mr. Frederick all the way in Germany. You've been speaking a lot about accessibility, which reflects the needs of persons with visual impairment. Can you speak a bit to how digital accessibility can also relate to the needs of other persons with in other categories of disabilities? By means of this, I wanted to see what accessibility means to other persons with disabilities away from visual impairment. Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. So what is very important, of course, is cognitive or neurological impairments. For example, there are often project descriptions or service descriptions which are on a very high reading level. I didn't have the time now to show you our solution for this, but with technology, and especially with artificial technology now, it's very easy to make information, for example, text information, more accessible to people who need a lower reading level. Then there's also language barriers. Of course, often information is only available in one language, and a person doesn't speak this language well or doesn't understand it well. And the available translation technology is not of a very high standard. So that is very important. And in the end, generally, digital accessibility should try to make content available in as many senses as possible. Because, for example, if you have a podcast, of course, you should provide some subtitle at least to help people who have impairments of hearing. There is now a lot of technologies who can provide a subtitle automatically, but also maybe a full description of the audio, not only a subtitle. If there is music, if there are auditory elements, we now have an artificial intelligence ready for the market that can provide a full text alternative for audio and video, both of them. Then there are also impairments, for example, epilepsy or ADHD, where people are triggered from certain elements that are overwhelming to them. For that, it is very important if you have animations on the website, to either have a trigger warning that is accessible to everyone, or even to not let the animation start automatically, but let the user stop it. In animation, I mean that in a broader way, not only a visual animation, it can also be auditory, of course. But typically, of course, impairments of vision are the strongest in the digital content because it's all screen-based, right? But of course, if I have an impairment of my motorics, I need elements that are big enough. So, for example, if I have shaky hands, it might be situative, it might be due to an illness. Independent of that, I need elements, targets that I want to click at with my mouse to be big enough, or to need or the digital app or website, whatever, should be accessible by keyboard. Does that answer your question well,
Well,
Okpanachi?
thank you so much. It does really give an insight to me, and I guess to many other persons who are in there and somewhere in different locations around the world. I will save the rest of my questions for another opportunity, but thank you so much for this insight and for speaking to a whole lot of digital evolutions concerning persons with disability. This is the real accessibility that we are working for, that we are fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Friedrich, once again, and thank you, Mr. Okpanachi, and from participant in-house here. So, well, we just want to let you go now. I'm sure you have other things to do. So I'd like to invite the founder, our president here, the convener, to say one or two things to appreciate you for your time. Mr. Yodo, Barrister Yodo, sorry.
Frederick, I'd like to thank you very much for coming on board this event today. When I reached out to you, just once, you reached out 2-3 times. You said you spoke with your superior and he said help them. So you are helping us in Nigeria and we appreciate you. Nigeria is a very welcoming country. It's a country that appreciates, so we appreciate you very much, and to let you know that we are not done with you yet. While you were speaking, you talk about that digital accessibility is now a matter of priority and not just a matter of capacity. Over here in Nigeria and in Africa, we are still developing our capacity. Our institutions are being built for training, and we'll be working a lot with you in the future. We'd like to thank you very much. I know you'll be going right now because Adela said so. Just to let you know that in a Nigerian way, we say thank you. Thank you very much. And then we look forward to having more of you. Thank you, Frederick.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the whole organization. Have a good conference, and thank you. I was also here from the start. It was very interesting to listen to your input, and I'm very impressed by your work. I'm looking forward to staying in contact and to any future projects.
Thank you, Frederick. So now, yes, before the next presenter come on board, we'll be doing two things. One, we have one of our own here, Theophilus Odaudu from the Disability Rights Fund. He's been with us. He's going to give a goodwill message while the breakfast, we have tea and bread to start with. We have a lot of food here today, so you have nothing to worry about. So we'll hear from Theophilus. We'll be taking our breakfast as we move on to the second presentation. The breakfast will be on, and then the presentation will be on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Everyone. Morning. And I want to thank the organizers for 2022 vision consider very important. As you know, accessibility for us is a cross-cutting right. It means that to realize any of the rights of persons with disability have factor accessibility. And it is multidimensional. It's not the one that's different disability categories and different accessibility parameters. If the same disability category individuals with very accessibility is very important, without which we cannot talk about achievement of rights. That is why disability rights organizations that resource hope to advocate for rights, understand how to find accessibility, and we encourage hope that we work quality factor accessibility into projects, trying to see how society can be more accessibility require budgetary provision, and that is one aspect that is often overlooked. But people advocate for disability using budgeting, crucial part of how services and physical premises are being accessible to persons with disability. Therefore, coming on board, the association, the community professional, very important one kind of something we should have had if go. We are also grateful that it's coming now, and do believe that this association is vital role to ensure that all policies of government and all intervention, both by government and private sector, factor disability access. This is the only way that carry everyone along. It is the only way we will not be able to lots of services that are offered in the public part of persons with disability because of lack of accessibility. So it's like a foundation of all that before that. So I want to thank this position, Yolo, for seeing this idea and for bringing it to reality. I would like to say that so I support the project request that can show that to that extent, work of association is very visible impact as well as person. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you very, very much. We also have a 1 minute, a very short video message from Barrister Paul. Yes, right here. Okay, and in the meantime, we would like to ask our sister Ombudsman to get set. We'll be coming over to you shortly for some expert counsel from your end too. So
thank you very much. My name is Paul. Here, Brother Paul, is the Director of Global Hope and Justice, Secrets and Organization. This is wonderful. When my very good brother, I'm sorry, because travel week have been very, very involved and very tired. So he's someone I cannot say no to. And because or others on security issue. And the and with strategy. I think we of the plateau and become more serious about this. Also, commitments. I'm looking forward to everyone coming together because I think no single organization can achieve this alone. It must take collective effort. There must be synergy. There must be that connectivity. There must be that mutual respect and agreement for us to really do this. And thank you very much. And we've had over just very much with it. And I'm going to work Nigeria, it's all over the country. Enjoy the fight life.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The emphasis there again is that it's a matter of all hands on deck. All hands on deck. Let's come together and get this right because it's for all of us. And we thank you very much for that input. We're moving on to our second presentation, our distinguished participants, both on site and online. Thank you for your patience, and we want to believe that we are getting the best of this gathering. It will be time well spent. It is for the good of the community. It is for the good of our lives. It is for the good of our sustainable future. So at this point, Ngozi Ugoji, I believe you're very much online there. Now, she is a true pioneer in the field of accessibility. Perhaps some of us may not know what we're talking about. This is the Association of Accessibility Professionals, but there's actually an international Association of Accessibility Professionals, IAAP, and she serves as the global leadership. She serves on the Global Leadership Council, and there she has continuously been advocating for equal opportunities, universal access, and economic inclusion. She's actually the founder of NGZ Exam Limited in Nigeria and NGZ Limited in the United Kingdom. And she combines global expertise with the local impact. She's been in the field of accessibility and universal design for years and has an impressive career spanning over 3 decades. She's made an indelible mark in transforming how we think about inclusive environments across continents. I could say so much about her, and her work is truly a testament of her unwavering passion for creating a world where peace, harmony, and accessibility are not just ideals, but are lived realities. She's an inspiring leader and a relentless advocate for a more inclusive future. Can we put our hands together for this woman of virtue, this woman of substance? The floor is yours, brother. Okay. Hello, guys, are you there? Hello? Are you there now? You go ahead, yeah. Okay, no, okay, what else? Yes, I have. Maybe she's not.
You should share what it's online. She even asked not to upload it.
No, it's not her, that's somebody else.
Okay, it is over.
Yeah, somebody else. So did we give it to him?
No, man.
Okay, she just joined. Good. Okay.
My apologies. I was actually on my phone trying to follow the rest, so to change over from my phone was a little bit difficult. Thank you so much for introducing me. So I'm going to try and I believe share my screen.
And then we have about 30 to 40 minutes, please, including questions.
Okay. Am I sharing now?
Yes.
Okay. 20 minutes with questions. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I apologize about that. Something is going on with my switching over from one to the other.
Your screen is there.
No, that's me, right? My face. I'm trying to share my actual document.
Yes, you shared something just now.
Pardon?
There's something you shared just now.
No. I had to take that off. I'm not sure why I'm having this. Because all you can see is my screen, right? You can't see.
No, we can see something. AAP, IPD 2024.
Yes, it's grayed out on my end. Any of the digital people, Friedrich has left. Let me see. Please go ahead to the next person. Let me see why I'm having this problem. I apologize. I know my presentation is actually grayed out, so I can't do anything with it for some reason. I'm going to leave and come back in and see if that sorts out the problem.
Okay, then. All right, no problem then. That's great. All right, so is Duesh still available?
Let's see.
Duesh Mishra, are you there? All the way from India. I know you've been itching to go. And we're also ready to hear from you. Hello.
We're all having a problem, huh? It appears something has happened with the presentation mode.
Can we get Duesh, please? Maybe we could type a message there for him so that he can get the religion with him to do it. Yes. I just sent him the message. Mr. Ayo, did you have a way of getting the first one? Apart from
Right, done with it. Now, listen. It's not on. It's not on. No. No. See, you should try it down here.
sorry?
Down here.
Okay. Is Mr. Daniel Amechi there? Hello, Daniel. Are you available? Are you ready for us? Is Daniel ready? Sorry, we're having these little glitches, which you always expect, so we're having this online connection. I can't even find Daniel there. Have you seen him? He's not there. So maybe from those who are online that have participated thus far, could we have some? Maybe you want to say something. You have something to share, some contribution based on what we've heard so far from Friedrich and also from our in-house teachers. Maybe there's somebody that want to say something. Anyone online, please do feel free to put up your hand, and we'll give you the mic. We'll unmute you so you can say something. This is a very, very important topic. Okay, see, is Daniel coming on now? Is that Mr. Right coming on?
It's Lois Alta.
Okay, can I speak?
Are you?
Yeah, that was.
This is Lois Alta.
Okay, yes. Okay, but you have a session later. I hope it's not what you want to say later. You want to say now.
No, that's what I want to say because I'm going out to where there will be network problems. I don't want.
Okay, please share your experience then. We're ready for you. Beautiful. So, okay, fine. Before you come on, this is my own sister, so I won't just bring her on like that. We have women. I'll have our own association separately. Although some of the men, I'm outnumbered. Yeah, all of a sudden. I suddenly discovered, Madam Lois, I'm on my own here. So thank you for joining me. Yes, women with disability, we have our own forum too, and we are doing a lot there. She is the key leader there, kingpin there, and she's actually a creative business executive experienced in developing and implementing and facilitating innovative and strategic initiatives in both startup and growth organizations. She's a graduate, a Bachelor of Science degree in public administration. She's a project, she's done a lot of things, and her passion, of course, her drive for disability inclusion resonates with many, allowing her to win stakeholder trust and go on to achieve sustainable results. And she's recorded many milestones. She's currently the global president, founder, and CEO of the Network of Women with Disabilities. I'm part of that body. And it's a global owned network where she's responsible for the steering, development, and empowerment. And I can verify that. The empowerment of women and girls with disabilities in major thematic areas. She's also the initiator of Accessibility 365 project. There's a whole lot we can consider her. She's the founder of Cedar Seed Foundation and e-ability platform, Women on Wheels, Multipurpose Cooperative Society, a whole lot. And she was also part of the Vision 2020 Nigeria Economic Goals. She's a member of the Presidential High-Level Advisory Council on Women and Girls with Disabilities. This is introducing the first Black woman with disability named as a young global leader in the World Economic Forum in Africa and Nigeria in 2017. Let's give it to you, Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you
We have
so much.
5 minutes, so I've taken out, after using 5 minutes to introduce you, take the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, my leader. And thank you, Barrister Yusuf, for this great idea that you came up with. We are here to support and make sure the vision and the mission is achieved. That being said, I was affected by polio when I was 2 years old. So right now, I use a wheelchair to navigate from point A to point B. And we have issues with so many barriers that we face on daily basis. Going to places, offices, parks and gardens, mosques, churches, and other places. Just recently, we launched Accessibility 365 to create awareness on the need to implement Section 9 of the Nigerian Disability Act. Since we are Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, it froze for a bit, but go on. You're back. No, we can't hear you now. Volume.
Yes. So, Section 9 of Nigerian Disability Act stipulates that every person with disabilities have the right to access information, communications, technology, and everywhere and everything. But in Nigeria, we lack such rights. Having many barriers, infrastructural, attitudinal, and institutional. So for me, my lived experience on access to buildings and access to infrastructures is nothing to write home about. For example, this venue that we are right now, Federal Secretariat, when the survey was shared, many people mentioned Federal Secretariat that is inaccessible to civil servants with disabilities. So it was #1 on the list when it comes to workplaces. We have to be truthful, we have to be realistic. Federal Secretariat is not accessible to civil servants with disabilities. Let's start the conversation from there. I will never forget when an international NGO invited me for an event, a 3-day event. I was given accommodation. A big hotel in Maitama, the elevator could not accommodate my wheelchair. So they now called 2 of the security guards to help carry my wheelchair from the ground floor to the 3rd floor where my room was. And in the process, they broke my wheelchair battery. And you know, motorized wheelchair is very expensive. The battery alone, at that time, it was 250. I don't know how much it is right now. So these are the experiences of persons with disabilities, especially those with physical mobility challenge. we have issues accessing buildings or infrastructures as a whole. When you go to church, you find it very difficult to be in the hall. Banking halls, the same thing. You have to be attended to outside the bank, as if you are a beggar. You and your money, you cannot access your money independently and comfortably like every other person. What about airports? Our airport is nothing to write home about. You go to other countries, there's a ramp from the entrance until you are boarded. But in Nigeria, is either you are carried, or if you can use a walking stick or crutches, then you can use such assistive devices to be able to access the aeroplane.
Yeah.
So for me, Nigeria needs to be on top of their game when it comes to accessibility. Our rights have to be given to us. We have to keep creating awareness, because some people are claiming that they are not aware that we have a Disability Act. Even in the estate where I live, this is something that we keep fighting every day. When I challenge them, they say they don't know that they have an act. Out of 26 flats, only 5 people confirmed that they are aware of the act. So let me start from even where I live. Some of them, I don't know whether it's true or not, they claim that they are not aware of the act. So we need to do a lot of homework in creating awareness on the acts. National Commission needs to top up their game. They should have a program on TV, on radio, and newspaper in different languages about Disability Acts.
Yeah.
How to be compliant on these sections and articles provided in the Act. Thank you very much for giving me this time to share my experience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, my sister and founder of the Women's Disability Advocate Group. We want to thank you so much for the experiences that she has shared, which so many of us can relate with one way or the other. If you ask me, I have a basket full of them too. And that is why what has brought us here today is key. We cannot run away with it. If we say people are not aware that there's a Disability Act, then I'm sure many, including some of us here, are not also aware that within the Disability Act, I believe it's from Section 2 or Section 5, the aspect of accessibility has been signed into, has been gazetted as a national accessibility regulation. And that has actually been fully gazetted, and it's very explicit. It covers virtually everything. I'm sure it still has room for revision, but it's a real compendium of what affects every aspect of accessibility when it comes to the disability community. So we are hoping that with all of this, the story of Nigeria will change in the near future. I wouldn't know if Ngozi is back now, or is that Kumar?
I'm going to try. Let me see if I've sorted out the problem.
Sorry, Kumar, we were looking for you when Ngozi wasn't available, but Ngozi is back now. So please give us a few minutes and we'll be back to you. Apologies.
Okay, and then if it happens again, then Dewesh can carry on.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if I'm able to again. Okay, can you see anything? Am I sharing? No.
No, not yet.
Hmm.
Not yet. Nothing this time.
Okay, let's see. It should happen, I hope, now. Okay, so it's up again and it's still grayed out. So clearly there's something I'm not doing. It's still grayed out.
It's coming up now. We have the cover.
Yes, it's just the cover. But so let me just see if I can
So
share.
click on.
So
click on side.
Click on.
Click on slide to yeah. Like,
so am I in?
You're there, but click at the top, and so that you can start it as a slideshow.
Okay.
No, right at there, somewhere there.
Okay, just hold on. Let me escape that.
All right, so it's coming, but seeing different ones now.
Yes.
So it's just it's just not coming up as a slideshow. So you can tap down, and I think each one will come up, so you can start. Can you see it from your end?
I am seeing something, so I'm hoping that you're seeing something. So are you seeing? Because can you see?
Yes.
So
key factors to consider. We see key factors to consider now.
Oh gosh, it's sliding away. Okay, so because that's like towards the end of my presentation. So I'm on a different presentation space, and then my thing has gone all the way. Anyway, so are you on introduction now?
No, we're not.
No. Oh, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, introduction now.
Yes.
Okay, yes, on introduction now.
So why is this going on? That's because I minimized it.
She's not clicking on the slide. She's not on the slide.
I am clicking on it, so maybe there is a delay. So let me go back down. Yeah, so let me go back. So you're on it now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The next one.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's go now. So we're in. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Goodness. Wow. Okay. Anyway, so hello everyone, and a very good afternoon to us again. You've already introduced me, so I'll go straight through because it's quite a long one, and I was trying to make sure that I do a very quick and full presentation. So I will go straight on to say a few words on accessibility industry development in Nigeria. So employing international best practices. So it's really just sort of like regurgitating how we can align our Nigerian work with what the world is doing elsewhere. The goal is to highlight global standards, guidelines, and strategies that have proven successful in various regions and how they can be adapted and implemented to foster an accessibility industry that is both innovative and inclusive. So developing a robust accessibility industry in a region requires comprehensive approach that integrates various elements to create an inclusive environment for individuals with disabilities. So there are a few factors to consider. Are you now with me? Are you on the first item, government and policy support? Okay, excellent. So when it comes to developing accessibility at the national level, a strong legal and policy framework is essential. Government involvement is fundamental to the development of a sustainable accessibility industry. It's not just about creating laws, it's about actively supporting businesses and communities to meet accessibility standards. So as Louise was saying, there is the law is in place, as you said, but that hasn't sort of like manifested in Louise's life. So it's not about creating those laws, but making sure that they are actually implemented. So here's how many countries have set benchmarks with their disability rights laws by adopting and adapting international best practices. We can create policies that align with good standards while addressing local needs. So Nigeria does have a disability law, as you have all said. However, it is important to know that it can be improved over time to ensure it remains relevant as technologies evolve. I'm not going to delve much into this, as I believe my excellent good friend Daniel Onwe, barrister, is going to cover this bit straight after me, hopefully. So I'll just plod on. Incentives for businesses. Governments can incentivize businesses to invest in accessibility solutions through tax breaks, grants, or other financial incentives. I do recall that in my earlier play on the Nigerian field of accessibility, that was what I continued to happen. You have to insensitize people to come into an area that is green. So very important to note that public sector leadership, governments must lead by example. As Louise said earlier, public sector services, whether it's a government website, a public transport system, or a government building, should be models of accessibility. So by setting high standards, the government shows that accessibility is a priority, setting the tone for the entire society. And then adapting international frameworks. We can adopt frameworks such as the WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, as Friedrich has elaborated on a lot. So I am going to whiz by that part of my presentation in order to stay on time. So the idea is not to reinvent the wheel when it comes to things like digital accessibility, but to learn from these successful models and adapt them to the local context. Global collaboration, engaging with global platforms like the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Again, in my play in Nigerian disability accessibility space, Nigeria is very conversant with CRPD, World Health Organization, International Telecommunication Union. So you must engage with them to ensure that national policies align with international human rights standards, offering a more cohesive approach to accessibility. Key factors, again, infrastructure and urban planning, best practices from global cities. A region's infrastructure is one of the most visible and immediate ways to foster accessibility, but it requires careful planning and investments. So here's what needs to be considered. And this was the main reason that NGZ Agsam Limited came into Nigeria and spent a number of years trying to drive this idea of universal design in urban planning. Cities need to adopt universal design principles, which ensure that all new public infrastructure is accessible to people of all abilities. Accessible public transport. We are rolling out a lot of trains and public transportation by rail. I do see stepped access into public transport, and these are new installations in the country. So when you adapt to public transport, it's vital that cities invest in systems that ensure inclusivity. Train carriages, for example, should not have steps in this time, especially when they're coming in new. So it's little things like that that affect Louise. I believe I'm pronouncing her name correctly. As the lady that spoke, Lois. Yes, okay, yeah. And smart cities and the Internet of Things. With the rise of smart technologies, cities have an opportunity to improve accessibility by integrating Internet of Things solutions into urban planning. So the time to say, oh, we are not going to do these because, you know, the regular roads are not available anyway, so why are we doing accessibility? I heard that a lot. We're not yet there, we're not yet mature. And I was trying to say, no, we can step past it and we can use things like the Internet of Things, GPS apps, etc., to carry persons of disabilities along, regardless of where we are in the maturity for the able, as is said, and I put that in quotes. Public space design. Accessibility in urban planning extends to leisure and cultural spaces such as parks, museums, and recreation centers. Ensuring they are navigable and welcoming to people with all types of disabilities is important. I was on one of the IDPD events carried out for the tourism industry in Jerusalem, and that was just awesome. All the work that has been done to historical sites to make them inclusive. So it can be done without waiting for when we can do the physical change. You can adapt smart technologies. So some international cities, examples of urban environments that have been made exceptionally accessible. Copenhagen, a lot of Nigerians have been there for events. I know that because the Nigerian Institute of Architects, for example, were there. It's a leading example of a smart city with accessible public transport, inclusive urban spaces. The city integrates smart technology like GPS apps that help people with visual impairments navigate public transport systems into its infrastructure. And I know Paul asked a question that why is there a lot of focus on visual impairment. All other impairments are also included in universal design principles, which then cover everybody to be able to access equally. International standards, the Global Universal Design Commission, this advocates for integrating universal design into the planning of public spaces, ensuring that accessibility is considered from the beginning of urban development. And it's crucial for creating cities that are not only accessible to people with disabilities, but also friendly for aging population. So we must all realize that this is for all of us. We are all going to get old, at least we pray to get old. And so if you're going to get old, then you're going to need these things. It's not something that you can avoid. So adapting to local context. Now, this is extremely important. While global cities have set the standard, each region must adapt these strategies to its own unique needs, its own demographics and local conditions. So this is where you invite people like us to come in, those of us who have lived in the country, were born in the country, gone out and collected some knowledge from outside and are very willing to bring it back home. So education and awareness, learning from global campaigns. Again, as the earlier speakers have said, there is an awareness generation gap there, and a number of ways that we can consider to bridge those gaps. Education and training, critical to building a culture of inclusion. And here's how education can play a pivotal role. You're looking at professional training. Many industries require specific training to ensure that accessibility is integrated into their work. So for example, architects should be trained in universal design. Developers should learn web accessibility standards. Customer service teams should be trained in interacting with people with disabilities. Now, this is the one that is very, very dear to my heart, inclusive curricula. And I do know that I did, visit the National Universities Commission over and over, trying to say, look, let's look at what the curricula can do to embed accessibility and disability studies into their curricula. Specialized programs for students with disabilities should also be developed hand in hand. Disability awareness campaigns, as much as training for professionals is essential, raising awareness among the public about disability and inclusion is also crucial. Peer learning and engagement involving people with disabilities in education, whether in schools or through workshops, is essential. So let's look at some international models. Scotland's Equality and Human Rights Commission runs educational campaigns to promote understanding and awareness of the needs of people with disabilities. The European Disability Forum, EDF, regularly runs campaigns like the European Access City Award, which highlights cities in Europe that have made significant strides in making their environments more accessible. The Civic Trust Awards, which is one that I have been engaged in running universal design assessments and sitting on the national judging panels, they play a significant role in raising awareness of the importance of accessibility for built environments by recognizing and celebrating projects that prioritize inclusivity, sustainability, and accessibility in their design and execution. This is one that we might want to pay very close attention to in order to encourage uptake. Training professionals globally. Now, this is another one that is upmost in my heart. I see that the accessibility AAP Nigeria website says that they are certifying, which is good. Now we need to align with what the global world is doing, because remember, accessibility is a global thing. If as a person with a disability, if I travel out of the country, I want to be able to not have to be met with a totally different set of rules and of engagement, so to speak. I want to be able to use what I'm using in Nigeria abroad as well. I don't have to relearn how to move around. So the IAAP, which I sit on the Global Leadership Council, plays a pivotal role in training and certifying accessibility professionals globally. Through its certification programs, training resources, global network, and advocacy for accessibility education, IAAP helps build a highly skilled workforce that can tackle the growing demand for inclusive and accessible environments. They go beyond that and also influence global accessibility standards and policy development, making it a crucial player in the ongoing effort to ensure accessibility for all. So by leveraging IAAP's training programs, I have done some myself, and one of the ones, because Africa is where I am excited about, I have done some training program to do with emerging economies and generating awareness and training on how to make built environments accessible. You can get on the website, get your organizations, your teams to engage and watch such professional development trainings. I'll just leave that for a while. I'm watching my time. The universities also in the UK are training urban planners, architects, digital developers on accessibility standards. So if we want to roll out, say the National Universities Commission wants to do something, TED Fund wants to fund something, then you can start looking at what other people are doing and sort of like collaborate with them. Public education campaigns, again, there are global social media movements that have been successful in changing perceptions about disability by showcasing the potential of people with disabilities. So these campaigns can help shift public attitudes from seeing accessibility as a burden to recognizing it as an essential component of a truly inclusive society. So we localize education. So while global best practices in education can guide us, we must ensure that accessibility training programs are culturally and linguistically relevant to the local population. I did a presentation, well, I don't know, about 3-4 years ago with the World Forum Foundation, and they, sorry about this. And I did this thing, and they sort of like talked about children's play. And I said, you know, a lot of children's play does not reflect what we play with in Nigeria and does not include persons with disabilities, children with disabilities. So it's this kind of things that you have to make sure that when you borrow, so that we're not going into color mentality, let me say that, and we're trying to make sure that we're marrying things to the local population, considering what local disabilities are for us and adapting training to regional contexts. So let me whiz fast. I'm still too far up. Business engagement, global trends and innovations. For a region to truly develop its accessibility industry, it's essential that businesses actively engage in and support accessibility efforts. How do you do that? I mentioned it earlier. Give business incentives, tax cuts, insurances, funding, grants, recognition like awards, and all of those sort of things will make people become more aware that there is accessibility industry coming into the country in full force. Inclusive employment practices, encouraging businesses to adopt inclusive hiring practices. Now, this is another big area, and it's not to be taken lightly at all. All sorts of rehashing has to be done to provide reasonable accommodations and make sure that these persons with disabilities are being employed. Entrepreneurship in accessibility. The accessibility industry offers great potential for entrepreneurship, particularly in technology and services. So supporting startups that focus on innovative accessibility solutions can foster growth in the sector. Corporate social responsibility, I can't flog that too much. Businesses should be encouraged to include accessibility as part of their CSR initiatives. There are global examples that show how inclusivity can be both a moral and economic advantage. Global success stories like Microsoft, they are big players on the Nigerian space. Apple, leading examples of tech companies that have embraced accessibility. Amazon and others have implemented features enabling people with disabilities to engage more easily with their online shopping platforms. We know that our youth are very, very present on online shopping platforms, you know, putting their businesses forward on those platforms, encouraging them to take up accessibility by supporting them through it is extremely important for raising the accessibility industry up higher up in the agenda of things. The rise of assistive technology startups globally shows that accessibility isn't just a niche market, but a growing sector. Companies in the West are sort of like global volunteer-based apps that connect blind people with sighted volunteers via video call, for example. That's all stuff that we can sort of like align with. There are innovative ways that benefit not just people with disabilities, but the society at large. Government and financial institutions can create funding opportunities. I've said that before for startups, so I'm not going to push that too much. Now, this is the main thing. Stakeholder collaboration, global networks, and partnerships. So you collaborate inside. I've mentioned the number of places: National Universities Commission, TED Fund, Microsoft, those of them who are playing the big tech boys and girls playing in the Nigerian space. Some of the universities across the geopolitical zones. These are all stakeholders that can be pulled together to make accessibility a more definite success. But apart from that, collaboration internationally as well, participating in international initiatives and networks allows regions to stay ahead of global trends in accessibility. So let's look at some of the global platforms. The Global Initiative for Inclusive ICTs. Again, Nigeria's accessibility professionals are pretty aware of G3 ICT. Likes of World Health Organization, who actually sponsor projects that have a high accessibility content, the International Labour Organization, etc. So their efforts in ensuring equal access to technology, employment, health, and social services have been key to the success of accessibility initiatives globally. Again, engagement with disability advocacy groups. Disability organizations are a vital resource in understanding the true needs of the community. However, worthy of note, and I say this all the time, processes and activities requiring input from persons with disabilities should be considered for remuneration. If somebody is going to help you to do a major research into an area that you don't know anything about, if you're getting paid for it, they should be paid for it. So this is my specific suggestion to the Nigerian space. We can lead on certain things. We don't have to follow the global world. And to do things the way. I remember the very first job I did with an oil and gas giant. I invited a team of persons with disabilities advocates to come and help me to deliver a project. And I paid for that service. So it's important to understand that if somebody is doing a great job, regardless of whether it is for them, they should be remunerated as well. Disability Innovation Hub, GDI Hub, based in London, is an international collaboration of disability organizations, academic institutions, and businesses focused on advancing accessibility through research. Those are the kind of people you want to align with. Public-private partnerships, that cannot be understated. Governments, private businesses, and non-profits should collaborate to create a shared vision for accessibility. Some of the successes, Accessible City project in Melbourne, has been a successful collaboration between local government, businesses, and disability organizations, resulting in significant improvements in public transportation, digital accessibility. The World Bank funds projects that include accessibility as a core component, worthy of note. So helping developing countries integrate inclusive design is one of their key interests. Social and cultural factors. Developing a culture of accessibility isn't just about compliance. I've said that before. It's about fostering an inclusive society. So how? Change public perceptions. Lois said that. Public attitudes towards disability often stem from ignorance or outdated perceptions. So it's essential to work on shifting attitudes through education and representation. Again, this is a gradual process, and you need to involve people who are aware of how to step these projects. I am an accessibility certified program project professional in the first instance. And so it's developing these programs, creating the right roadmap from point A to B, getting accessibility industry for the nation in general to be at a high level of maturity, both in the digital space and the built environment space. Cultural sensitivities, recognizing that disability experiences differ across cultural factors. So when we borrow from the global world, we tailor to what is happening on our home ground. Economic empowerment. I'll give one. Yep, almost, yes. I saw that. Sorry about that. Ensuring people with disabilities have access to quality education. We can't overflog that. I will move because I want to go to finances. Consider social funding and financial support. Financial resources are often a major barrier. Everybody has said it and will continue to say it. So I'm going to flog that. Grants, subsidies, very important. Adopting international models of funding, for example, Accessible Canada Act sets aside specific funding for accessibility projects. So you set aside funding for those, and we can implement similar funding schemes to support local businesses and communities. Private investment in accessibility as well. Affordable solutions. It's essential to focus on creating affordable solutions first and foremost. Social impact investing has gained momentum globally. Venture capitalism can also play a significant role in scaling accessible technology. Impact global crowdfunding even. So there's all sorts of different ways that you can fund and make accessibility possible. So conclusion, a path forward. These points together provide a solid framework for developing an accessibility industry in any region. They emphasize the importance of leadership, investment, innovation, and collaboration. So these are the key things across sectors, across regions, and across continents. So the goal is to create a more inclusive world for all. So not just inclusive in Nigeria, and then when you step out, you're all confused. To build a successful accessibility industry, we must combine global best practices with local context. By learning from international successes in policy, infrastructure, business innovation, and stakeholder collaboration, we can create an inclusive environment that fosters accessibility for all. So let's embrace these global standards and work together to make accessibility a priority, because when everyone has equal access, we all benefit. So thank you so much. You can reach me on my LinkedIn profile, and we can begin a conversation from there, or you shoot me an email, info@ngzltd.co.uk. I repeat, info@ngzlimited.co.uk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've cut across virtually every aspect: awareness, education, collaboration, leading by example. You've said it all. I wouldn't know, are there questions from here or online?
Yes.
On-site and online. I still have questions for them. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Sorry, can I use the mic?
Let's,
Somebody's online.
there's one online. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
That's me, right?
Yes, please. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Great kudos to Ngozi all the way there. I think it's quite gratifying to hear Nigerians speaking to this global standard of accessibility and all that it takes, at least in the 21st century. Please, Ngozi, what can you say to the claim by donors that persons with disabilities or organizations of persons with disabilities lack the requisite expertise to attract funding for development, I mean a disability inclusive development, taking it from the perspective of your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with that, but you've said it, so that's possibly the way it is. Well, I think these are all the issues with regards to connecting yourself, aligning yourself with the global world and indeed the global players. So what tends to happen is there are sets of structured ways, strategies developed, maturity levels that are expected before you can then accept that someone is meeting the criteria for actually being taken as seriously on the play field of accessibility. So it's those kind of gaps that you then need to cover. It does not mean that there is nobody available. It just means that you have not hit the maturity levels where they're expecting that you should be before you can then see yourself as a level player and then get funding to do things and implement whatever strategies that you have. So my suggestion will be things like get your accessibility professionals certified globally, align your certifications with global standards to ensure that you are playing on the same maturity field. So I'm not going to buy ice if I'm an Eskimo. So it's the same thing. You know, I'm not going to put my money where I cannot check the buttons. You've met your ESG requirements. You've, you know, sort of like you have certified people that have actually taken on training and passed, which means that they have a level of knowledge and expertise in the area before they can then come up to me and say, can I have this amount of funding to do this amount of implementing? It's also important to move from saying to doing. So most donors will expect you to have put something on ground in the first instance, and then they come and upscale you. So it's a lot, it's a big space. What I would suggest in this is to develop a roadmap towards ensuring that the accessibility industry in the country is recognized elsewhere. A key thing is to align yourself with the international players, which is why I would suggest in the first instance, because this is how I scaled up myself towards being heard and understood, was to align myself with what they were doing, certify myself, get the certifications. There is the general certification CPAC, which is a core competence for accessibility, core competencies for accessibility professionals. And one of the other things I would suggest, get your leaders especially to become accessibility certified. Once you're accessibility certified, it's impossible not to be able to understand what needs to be done. It's just not possible. So because you have it there, the knowledge is there, the collaboration is there, the updating is there. You're constantly being updated with what is happening, you know, elsewhere. So I hope I've you know, answered your question.
Ngozi, you've done so well. This has to be you know, pointed out at this point that AAP is taking off, and for Barrister and his team to have, you know, an insight into what lies ahead, because the sea is deep and wide and turbulent, but opportunities abound. So I wish you the very best, and I don't have much contribution from this end, but questions on this occasion. So, but I thank you for giving me the opportunity to also make my voice heard. Thank you so much, and congratulations, everyone in the house.
You're welcome, Peter.
Thank you. Okay, guys, before we let you go, we have another question in house. One second, yes.
Thank you very much, Jose, for that wonderful presentation. And if I'm not mistaken, I will understand that you made your presentation on Google Text Platform standard, which informs that accessibility is ultimately conformity. The way it is done here is done elsewhere in the world. My question goes this way: how can governments, organizations, and industries worldwide harmonize and implement the accessibility guidelines to ensure consistent and equitable access to digital technology for persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it was echoing, but I was reading the closed captioning to sort of like get it. I think you're saying, how can the global world come together to ensure that the Nigerian accessibility space is recognized? Am I correct?
I'm saying, how can governments, organizations, and industries worldwide harmonize and implement the accessibility guidelines to ensure consistent and equitable access to digital technology for persons with disabilities?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I thought that somebody handled that digital accessibility space. Again, this is where the collaborative collaboration comes into play. So all organizations, and I think Barrister Onwe will speak more about the Accessibility Acts and the various areas that they come from. So all of these are separate but aligned. So it's important to align what the disability law for Nigeria is saying. So that when you then go to implement, you're implementing in alignment with other global players as well. Now, let's bear in mind that without making it sound like a call out, it's not a call out. The Nigerian disability space is still in its infancy, which is brilliant because it means that it has been born. So you grow step by step. So I would say that there would be involvement from our end, from the international end, if they are letting, if you can sort of like align with them in partnerships, for example. So the Association of Accessibility Professionals Nigeria can partner with International Association of Accessibility Professionals globally. And I don't know how that can play out, but these are one of the ways where how different organizations and different funders, NGOs, the big players in the accessibility space can then come together and lift any newcomers into the same levels that they are to then carry Nigerian accessibility along.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Ngozi, thank you very much. I am Yusuf Yodo, founder for AAP Nigeria. It is an honor to have you in this event. Daniel Onwe did one of the best things he can do for AAP Nigeria by connecting us with you. We are so happy, we are so grateful for your support to us at this nascent stage of our growth. I'd like to state on behalf of all the members, especially the management, the governing council of AAP Nigeria, that we automatically extend our membership to you. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ngozi is a Nigerian that has known it all. Is out there across the world implementing accessibility. Ngozi, we will be honored if you accept our membership. That is first to start with. And then secondly, to begin to ensure that we work together in this field. Like I've continued to tell my team that this thing we are doing is a whole new sector. It's a sector on its own. So the work is just huge. And we're happy for your presentation. You expanded on all of the areas. When Diwesh waited for us, and then he said he couldn't wait again. He was going. Diwesh is the Indian guy. So I think he had gone, but he was supposed to talk about accessibility and financing. But I wasn't feeling too bad again when I saw that in the concluding part, okay, the word is still there. Okay. In the concluding part of your presentation, you have hit issues of financing, issues of grant making and all that. We thank you very much. And also to inform you that we are not starting certification or training very soon. We had already reached out to the IAP. We have sent correspondences. We're already exchanging correspondences. And now that you are our member, you are going to take it forward for us. We have not only asked to be member of the IAP, we have also asked that will be a chapter of the IAP, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. So, and I've received a response from the contact person, and we hope that with you, we will be able to push that forward and to actualize it. We are very much intent on connecting with the international players and stakeholders. And that was immediately we started up here, we begin to reach out to the IAP and all other stakeholders out there. It is for that reason that we're able to even get somebody like you on board with us, speaking to us today. So after now, we will show you how far we have gone with our request with IAP and other stakeholders. So we thank you very much. We are so happy that you're with us. And this is just the beginning. We'll get in contact with you, and as members, we're going to work together. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it a lot.
And now hearing what that means is thank you so much, and that the good things will come to Nigeria. Bye.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank. Yeah.
That is solid Oweri that I spoke there. It's not Oyibo.
All right, thank you so much, beloved Ngozi. Thank you for that. And we want to thank all our stakeholders and participants, both on site and online, for your patience. I thought he was still around. Has he gone? He's still there.
Okay.
Diwesh, we really want to thank you so much for your patience. If you're still with us, can you give us a shout out just to confirm that you're still there? I know we have take a little bit of your time.
We kept you for too long.
Sorry. Diwesh, are you still there? Is Diwesh still there?
Diwesh is still on the space, so it looks like he's there. Just
yeah. I wish he could just but he's still
no, he will come back.
Okay. Oh well. I really wish we could have gotten him this time around, but it was good to go the other time. Okay, so we move on. We still have another presentation. It's supposed to be the fifth presentation. The fourth presentation. We're actually toppling it all up now. Is that the rest?
Yeah.
Okay, so Daniel is ready, and he's Okay, good. So I have Daniel Amechiongwe, a barrister too, I believe, and he is also online next to take us on the legal and policy perspectives of accessibility development in Nigeria. And Daniel Onwe is a leading disability rights lawyer. I'm sure you all want to, connect with him, but we pray we don't have any legal issues anyway. And he has spearheaded countrywide legal reform in Nigeria. He founded and was elected the pioneer president of the Association of Lawyers with Disabilities in Nigeria, which is an association which he led to begin opening the space in the Nigerian legal profession for persons with disabilities. And that was in 2023. He also has the award of the prestigious Chevening Scholarship, the UK government's global scholarship program. And he was also awarded the 2024 Global Accessibility Leadership Award. He's a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, of course, and the International Bar Association. So he has a whole lot to offer, both locally and internationally. Let's make way now for Daniel Amechi Onwe to give us some legal policy perspectives. Thank you, Daniel. Over to you. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Great.
Can you hear me?
He's there. I saw him a few minutes ago. A few seconds ago, actually. Hello, Daniel.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good.
Thank you very much. I am highly delighted to be a part of this event. I'm equally impressed with the founding of Association of Accessibility Professionals in Nigeria. It's a very great idea because issues of accessibility actually encapsulates the totality of the needs of persons with disabilities. We have been in argument over the real designation of persons with disabilities, and people will argue that, well, persons with disabilities should just be known as persons with special needs, as the case may be. But that is neither here nor there. But what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that accessibility encapsulates the totality of the needs of persons with disabilities. When you talk about the visually impaired suffers the need of visually accessing information and even environment. Then the person with physical disability also suffers from lack of access to the environment, as the case may be. The person with the deaf suffers access to information that could be heard. So there is actually no type of disability that is away or that is not captured by the concept of accessibility. And now that takes us to the legal framework for accessibility development in Nigeria. We will start, say, with the Constitution. Yes, I'm one of the proponents of the fact that the discrimination prohibition in the Nigerian Constitution does not expressly cover persons with disability. But however, the total framework of the Constitution accommodates issues of accessibility. Because when you talk about right to movement, for instance, it's a purely accessibility issue. when you talk about freedom of expression, which also includes freedom to receive information and also to impart information, it's also purely issue of accessibility. And when you also talk about right to the dignity of the human person, it also has accessibility implication, because when environment is not accessible to person with physical disability, for instance, he suffers indignity when he tries to access inaccessible building. And the same applies even to the visually impaired, who will not be able to see things that will actually make him to access environment or even interact with the larger society in dignity. So everything or every need about person with disability can actually be addressed if issue of accessibility is properly addressed. And that is why a discussion such as this on accessibility is very important. And that also underscores the importance of the Association of Accessibility Professionals in Nigeria. So in essence, this association has a very, very critical role to play in Nigeria as far as persons with disabilities are concerned. Now, the Constitution is just one aspect of um, the legal framework for accessibility development in Nigeria. We also have other legal framework. For instance, the urban development and planning laws of the Federation and that of the respective states talks essentially on the designing of the environment. And these are core accessibility issues. That of the federal government applies to Abuja alone on the strength of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case of Attorney General of Lagos State and the Attorney General of the Federation. It was actually enacted as a decree that should have a countrywide application on the designing and planning of built environment. Lagos State government went to court and argued that issues of planning should not be handled by the federal government, but it should be handled within the state legislative competence. And the Supreme Court agreed with them and made a pronouncement that the federal urban planning law should only be confined to the federal capital territory. But however, virtually all the states of the Federation have their state urban and planning laws, even though they may have different names or designations, but they are there all the same. And these are also part of the legal framework for the development of accessibility. Now, we now go to the Disability Act, which is the comprehensive legislation on issue of disability in Nigeria. And if you take a look at the Act, you will see that the Act is actually talking about it's all about accessibility, but addressing different dimensions of accessibility. To tell you that that accessibility is a very, very wide concept. Like I said, it covers virtually every aspect of the life of a person with disability. The first part of the bill talks about discrimination generally. Yes, one could actually say, where lies accessibility in issue of discrimination? But issue of discrimination has an overarching effect on every aspect of life. It comes manifestation in every part of even the act, because for every part of the act, for every provision of the act, it has issues of discrimination. It could have discrimination implication in the sense that one can actually suffer discrimination in the different aspects of the provision of the act. Now, The first part of the Act talks about access to physical structure, which is very self-explanatory. Very self-explanatory. It has several sections under that Act that talks about different aspects of physical structure and how a person can actually be discriminated on that ground. The part 2 of it talk about transportation. There is also the transportation aspect of accessibility. And here we talk about our vehicles and even the roads that the vehicles will ply. These are areas that we will actually be looking at to see how to develop programs and advocacy to open up the space and make them accessible. The part 4 talks about seaports, railways, airports, and there are a whole lot of issues on each of these things. Like I think in Nigeria, the rail system is now getting some traction, and government attention is now being focused there, and there's been some development from what it used to be before. I don't know to what extent we have actually done advocacy along the railway system. So these are also areas that we really need to sit up and work on. The airport is also there. Yes, we have actually, over the years, we have actually had some engagement with the airline system due to persons with disabilities whose right got violated by airlines at different places, and there had been different engagement, which I have personally also been involved in. But I think we've not yet arrived even in that area. There's still so much work to be done. Part 5 talks about liberty, talks about education, health, and forced consideration. These are accessibility issues. Access to education. How is education accessible to the different persons with disabilities? How accessible are our educational institutions? Even the ones that call themselves inclusive schools. How practically accessible are they? Then we talk about healthcare, access to health. This is covered by part 5 of the Disability Act. Then it talks about first consideration, emergency services. Part 6 now talks about employment, public life, and politics. There are accessibility issues on each of all these issues. Now, we now come to issues of policy. Policy. Well, in my own word, policies has to do with set rules governing the operations and activities of government and institution. Now, how does policy and law interconnect in issues of accessibility? Basically speaking, policy could actually be independent of law, not law-backed, because areas where there are no laws existing, policies can actually, governments and institutions can actually develop policies, even though they do not have legislative backings, but they adopt it to govern how they operate, how they achieve specified goals. But policy per se, as it is, not having a legal backing, cannot be legally enforced. But again, the law can be enforced in the sense that any individual can actually go to the court to enforce the provisions of the law. But there is also the interplay of the law and policy, in the sense that institutions, governments can actually imbibe or adopt the law as part and parcel of their policy, so that their policy, it becomes their policy to enforce the law. They now make policies on how this law should actually be enforced or put in place in their everyday activities. For instance, in the UK, The government makes it a point of duty that in every sphere, the reference is being made to the Equality Act. The Equality Act in the UK could be the law that is equivalent to our Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act. Before they had Disability Discrimination Act, which was abolished and incorporated together with other laws to now form the Equality Act. So in every aspect that the government is engaging, or people are engaging with the government, they are put on the know that there is a need for them to comply with the Equality Act. So it now becomes a policy of the state to mainstream and create awareness on the Equality Act. And this is also an area that we can also pursue, particularly the Commission on Persons with Disability, to sit up in ensuring that every MDA, it's not just a matter of rhetorics, that enforcement of the relevant provisions of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Act is key in their operation. So we should be able to disaggregate the provisions of the Act and identify specific responsibilities of respective MDAs and ensure that they live up to expectation. And this is what can be achieved by the collaborative advocacy of everyone force. The government will have its own part to do, and the civil society, which includes the disability organization, also have their own part to do. And even the individual person with disability will actually not see himself as not being involved, that it's not my business, it's their business. No. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to give life to the legal provision on accessibility as contained in the Disability Act and the relevant legislations, as well as make demands for the implementation of policies that have already incorporated them. So the development lies in every one of us, but it's also key that we identify the critical things that we have to do towards the enforcement of these laws and policy, towards the development of accessibility generally. Issues of awareness cannot be overemphasized. And this is what each and every one of us has to do. As an individual, we have to create our own awareness at our respective level. And we also have to hold the government accountable and responsible for the different responsibilities that they need to live up to. Because one thing I have found about persons with disability in Nigeria, sorry to say that, is that we are quick to lament, but very slow in taking definite actions to effect changes. So I think we have lamented enough, but thank God our lamentation has actually yielded some fruit, in the sense that we have legal frameworks now to protect us and guarantee our needs. So it's important we are alive, we are up and going to ensure that these legal frameworks, that these laws actually work, that these policies, where it has been incorporated already in the MDAs, are actually implemented. Laws will not enforce themselves. It's the people that will actually ensure that they are enforced. Let us do advocacy when we need to do advocacy, and do it very well and deeply. Let us do engagement, consultations when we need to do consultations, and do it very strategically. When all these things fail, and when there is a need for us to do litigation, let us be bold enough to do litigation. That is part and parcel of how we can actually get these things developed. Let us be able to work strategically with ourselves. Thank God, I think this event is opening us up to the world and to people and resources. So let us do well to take each and every opportunity we have and make sure we implement them towards the good of all by making our country more and more accessible. And also let me talk about also the Freedom of Information Act. This is also an act that we can actually make critical use of in implementing the existing laws and policies on accessibility. What does the Freedom of Information Act do? It gives us the power to ask for information from the government, and it gives the government a duty to respond, giving us the information we are asking about. So, for instance, if a building is being constructed, or even a decision is made for the building or development of a structure, the Freedom of Information Act gives us the right not to wait until when the building is completed and it's not accessible and we start complaining. The Freedom of Information gives us the right to apply, to see the design of that building, to know whether it takes into cognizance the accessibility of persons with disability. And when such design show that the building does not factor in the accessibility of persons with disability, we have the right and instructors to challenge such building. And if possible, go to court and get injunction restraining the continuation of that building unless and until it conforms with the provision of the law. So, and the essence of doing things like that has a very powerful awareness implication. And I'm going to tell you for free that before you even get to the extent of taking such an action, the organizations involved will actually begin to correct themselves. And the necessary awareness that will be generated around such steps will send a very powerful signal to others to actually sit up, because nobody wants to be presented in the negative light. So, in all, I think we have very much to work with to ensure that accessibility in Nigeria is actually developed across board. Every aspect of the persons with disability has an accessibility implication. And it's up to us to actually identify the mechanisms we have and actually put them in place. The laws are there for us, and these laws are very workable. So let me also sound this warning. Let us not be part of those who will cry and say, hey, the government has passed the law, they have not let them implement it now. Yeah, so we have the Disability Act, and this are still there. It's not for us to complain. The law gives us power to take action. I would say that days of lamentation are over. These are the days of definite, concrete actions. We don't need to be counter-terrorists, but we have to be strategic. We have to take the opportunities we have and leverage on it. And Nigeria will be a better place, not just for persons with disability, but for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The days of lamentation are over. Indeed, that's a good one. Yes, look, he said it, Nigerians were good at lamenting, but now it's time for us to take definite and concrete action. We've heard it all. The laws are there. It's not just for us to complain. We have to do something. We're not. He said we shouldn't be cantankerous about our aluta, but we could be dignified in our own aluta. And the wisdom will come forth. So any questions from this end? Any questions online? On site and online? Okay, I guess I just wanted to check There was someone initially. Okay, let's have, yes. Paul, let's have your own. The mic.
Okay. Is it me?
There's a question there. No, just a minute.
Okay.
There's a question. Oh, do you have a question?
Who is that?
That's Mr. Konachi again. Do you have a question there?
Yeah, it's just elating to see that we have tools in this community of, Nigerians with disabilities. Mr. Daniel has given me another cause to believe that, yes, the future that we desire is very close, if only we back it with action. Based on that, I want to ask Mr. Daniel, who has so much emphasized on what has been boiling within me, that you have been crying, that you don't have the hoe to plow the ground, to till the ground to plant your corn. Now the hoe has been given you, and then you are now complaining again that the ground is too hard. So yeah, that's a proverbial one anyways. So now that the right is in our hands, the tool has been given to us. What we do with this right-based approach, this tool, is what can help to transform the future that we desire, whether from the university, from the institutions of learning to work to health, to the traditional society. The journey seems to be far, but just like our moderator said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just a step. So I just want to say this opportunity is for accessibility, but not for accessibility alone. It's also an eye-opening to many of us who are still reneging on the call to take action, not to fight, but to know your right. So every opportunity is an opportunity to be aware of what we need to know, what we need to do, how we need to do what we need to do, and where we need to do what we need to do. Thank you all to Mr. Daniel, to everyone. And I know that we have a greater future that is just at the doorstep. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okaniti. That was a comment actually, but it's very, very well taken, very well appreciated too. So now let's have our questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second Paul.
Thank you. My wonderful brother, in a very long while. Barrister Owen, our future son. Thanks for that very, very apt lecture. On what you just said.
I can't hear you clearly.
During my appearance on AIT on the 3rd, we had something to say on that, because there is this intentional negligence by the policymakers in responding to issues, and it has come to the point that they now take us for granted. For instance, this.
Can you speak up a bit? I'm struggling to hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
It's better.
I'm moderating my voice because my voice is so loud. So
I know.
So, can you hear it now? Is it okay now?
It's better. It's better, even though it's not so clear, but I can hear you. But I think the microphone is doing injustice to your voice. I know your voice is a very loud one.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm saying that during my appearance on AIT on 3rd of December, we raised issues of this kind. I said that policymakers in Nigeria are, intentional when it comes to negligence of disability issues. Very intentional. Some of them, or most of them, though we have few who either are ignorant or feign ignorance. For instance, this CAG.
Sorry. What do you say is negligent? I didn't get.
The policymakers.
Okay, policymakers. Okay, policymakers. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
Are intentional in their negligence on implementing disability issues. And for instance, on the CNG issue, we wrote, my organization wrote to the ministry, met with the council, and I said, is it true that CNG Kiki was distributed? Say yes, to youth. And I said, are you aware that we have youth with disabilities, numbering more than 20 million, going by the population, and you know, the Nigerian population was 16% youth. So if you look at it, it's about 100 something million. 50% of that is about 27 million. So how can you neglect this crowd? And the PS apologized. Yes, so I think I am making a point. It's okay. I'm going to raise this issue with the minister because then he was also doing campaign. But I was shocked because I waited again and again. And then they sent a letter. You know what the letter said? The letter said, well, we didn't do it alone to the CAD company. However, they would send a website where we have to apply, you know. And that was a very shabby, a very embarrassing response from the minister. So that tells you the so and in this situation, do we sit back and give up? Because I said it there on air, and I use a little proverb, which I will use here now. I said, if a bad tailor does not behave as if it's getting better, his kinsmen will not marry for him. So sometimes you need to act, define that act to ensure that you get married because the guy don't get money. So in a situation like this, that is where you basically say, yes, shouldn't be categorical. There's one issue. Fine. But we should be fair, results. I think the two of them can marry each other somehow to achieve a result. Because we are living in a society that without some level of force, some level of you do not get response at all. So and again, the shared right now is ongoing. Distribution of rice, subsidized rice. I have written to the minister. I have gone there and I said, you can't be doing this and forgetting the town product. So it's not time for leaders like you, like me, like my brother, you know, and my sister, the leaders to begin to form synergy on holding government accountable as to getting these things done. And where they don't do it, they will do some legal that will put them on their toes. Because if the man in the hole does not say, here I am, he's been there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Am I to respond?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, my brother and friend Paul. I'm glad to see you. That you are still kiki and waxing strong.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I very much agree with your point. Yes, much as I say that we need not be characterized by being cantankerous, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight. That doesn't mean that we should be docile. I'm only saying that we should be strategic in our actions. Now, why I mentioned that aspect of being cantankerous, let us not give the impression that all we do is trouble, such that when people see us, even the people who want to help us will dodge and say, hey, these troublemakers have come. But that in any way doesn't stop us from being strategic in our engagement and our battles. We should act according to what is the need arises. Really, there are some circumstances that it may be better to just do engagements, meet with the people, talk with them, and they may see reason with us and grant us what we need. There are some instances whereby we just need to do some media work and they will respond. There are instances where it's even just mere correspondence. But when all these things fail and it becomes necessary to take legal action, please, we have to take legal action. I, as a person, have taken some very high-profile legal action on disability issues, taken up on high-profile people in the government, even as humble and as simple as I could be. So all I'm saying that we should be strategic, so that we don't look in such a way that will now be considered as nuisance. But at the same time, we should actually be firm. Well, what the situation desires is to take legal action. Let us take it. I'm still very much open to collaborate with the disability community. My law firm still renders free legal services to disability cause, and we are still very ready. So we are not actually kicking against litigation. It's important. It has its place. When it is needed, let it be done, and let it be done well. Now, you also mentioned the issue of synergy. It's also very important. I need to say this. We need to form a synergy in whatever action we are taking. Because in Nigeria now we have 1,001 disability organizations. And it's important that we actually do not work in silo. Let's know how to actually coordinate ourselves. Such as, for instance, if there is a need to maybe do litigation, instead of one disability organization just doing it all alone and maybe not even having the sufficient capacity to see it through, why not make it open so that all the disability community, all the disability organizations that are working in that line, in that field, come together and present a common front? It will be stronger in the sense that when we pull our resources together, we'll have all it takes to see the battle to the logical end, as against where somebody who doesn't have the capacity to just go all alone on it. So there is actually serious need for us to sit and synergize and make our impact stronger and our voice louder. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much. I think we still have one more.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Just one more question, Dan.
And to our learned colleague, we are, some of us are educated. And from the your presentation, this day is money out
I'm still struggling to hear. I'm still struggling to hear. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is better, even though it has some echo.
Okay. You have presented made your presentation in such a manner that you can relate with it and even understand better, particularly the area of the Constitution, what is there for accessibility, and then you have also talked about the issue of the Act and the position of the Act on disability. And then here, I want to relate with what is happening right away in government, because it has to do with policy and of course the tensions of government. In the sense that someone once mentioned about accessibility to the offices, for instance, secretariat. At least it's not where we were that we are now.
Yeah.
We must say that, but we can do much more. I have also been privileged to go to some offices, including the OSGA, the Office of the Secretary to the Government, where the secretary of government is. I can say that they need to do a lot more in that place.
Yeah.
If those who hear it, you hear it, and to say it loud and clear that they need to do more. I've gone to some other offices too. Our dear brother, the head minister, Paul, did mention about visiting the farm center. I'm not sure if the farm center of transportation you know.
No, farm set of youth ministry.
Okay, because it is transportation, because transportation, Minister of Transportation is not directly in charge of this CMD we are talking about.
Youth ministry.
Because if that is the farm center, I will reach out to him tomorrow, because I can realize that the way it's been implemented, the policy of transportation is being implemented in another way through the president, the committee, the presidency. So there's a little disconnect. And then we're talking of education, the same thing. So what we are saying in essence is that we have quite a lot to do. The judiciary now, we are going again with the judiciary. Even I went to a particular court recently. It's not compliant.
That it was.
And that is even worrisome. So we must be talking for ourselves. And we know we've been talking about the executive, the legislature. Now the court, the judiciary, go and get justice. So we must be addressing this. And I think I want to stop here. Please, the advocacy thing should go to court, and when we get to the court, we will publicize and let some people go to jail first. When you tell them, there's this thing I want to say. See, when you tell people, don't urinate here, you do that institution, you are begging them. Urinate here and go to jail. Let's emphasize more of the issue that will take them to jail. When they get to jail, then they will applicate that social person went to jail because
Yeah.
of that. We will make noise about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I respond?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Let me start with what you said about the judiciary. Yes, Nigerian judiciary, the courts in particular, I will agree that they could be about the most inaccessible institution in Nigeria. That was what inspired our founding the Association of Lawyers with Disabilities in Nigeria, of which I became the pioneer president. I'm no more the president. We have the president now, and I don't know whether he's in this event. And what that association does is to engage with the legal profession and the judiciary at large to ensure that they become responsive to disability issues. This is in addition to the work they do with regards to persons with disability generally. And for an extent, we have been recording some progress, but it's not yet over. So the association, which I'm still a member of, we are working and we still have much more work to do. And we know that, and we are working on it ourselves. As a matter of fact, we are even the victim, the most victim. We are most victimized by the inaccessibility of the system, because we are the ones who earn our bread from the courts. So when the courts are not accessible to us, we feel it more. So we are working on it, and what you said is now a reminder to us to intensify our activism towards that. So that's what I can say about it. Then on what you said earlier, yes, it's actually good for us to explore every avenue we have to realize our needs. Yes, there are different avenues. There are avenues that could even come before litigation. If maybe we have contacts with which we can get problems solved, yes, let's do it. But when it becomes necessary that we do litigation, let us do it. it has actually been emphasized, and I agree with you that it's only when somebody goes to jail as a result of infringing on the disability law, it will sound a very strong warning to others. Yes, I think it's very doable. It's very doable, and even enough awareness on the fact that we want to take such an action will also go a long way. Like I said, it will go a long way. So when people talk about litigation, it does not necessarily mean that it will go a whole hog until judgment. No, but the fact that a lawyer writes a pre-action, gives a pre-action notice that they'll be going to court after X number of days, and the world hears it, is a work beyond you expect. The person you have, the object of such letter will come to you for negotiation. And others who just saw that letter know that so this thing is doable will actually take precaution. So yes, it's good for us to be activism and combat ready. The beauty of it is that we may able to solve the problem before actually engaging into that combat. But if the problem still persists until combat becomes necessary, then we do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We really appreciate the wealth of knowledge and the experience and exposure that you have brought forth. And we believe that, indeed, I will say it again, the days of lamentation are over. We will not continue to lament, but we will put our hands on deck and do whatever we should, whatever we need to do. Thank you so much. Let me hand over once again to our president and founder.
Thank you very much, Leonard Senior, for having you. Thank you for being available. You are always reaching out to me to ask questions. And I know that over there in the UK, where you are right now, you are talking to them about AAP Nigeria.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing to us Ngozi, who is such an invaluable asset and who have contributed so much to us today. We appreciate you, sir. And just to let you know that just recently, Barrister Daniel Longwe was given an award recognized internationally by the IAP for his work in the area of accessibility. We celebrate you, sir, and we thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's an award for every one of us.
And then before we bring in the last speaker, the last presenter, even though we may have one or two experience sharing, but the last speaker is someone, again, you will enjoy. Please give your time, please. Razak was even coming to be with us here until he was called back because there was a fire incident in his house. He said some prayer for him, but we thank God the situation has been contained. Yet not daunted, Razak said he wants to still speak to us. Wow. Please give him a round of applause before he comes on board, please. So you give us a
okay, thank you. This is the kind of passion that really shows that we are on the right track. Yes, he's here to give us something on agenda setting for accessibility sector development. And we're talking about, as his name has already been given to us, is Razak Adekoya, an international development professional with over a decade of experience in supporting social inclusion interventions across African countries. Well, he's currently working with Sight Savers. He's the Global Technical Advisor on Economic Empowerment. And before then, he supported several organizations in their disability inclusion programs, including the Ford Foundation, International Organization for Migration, Save the Children International, and all of these, Guinness, MTN, Guinness Nigeria, and a whole lot of others. So he's done a lot as far as inclusion is concerned. And he's a professional member of the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, which we just heard now. And he's also a member of the Society for International Development, both in the USA. So it's our pleasure and privilege to invite Razak Adekoya to help us set the agenda. Thank you. And we thank God for the divine intervention, that it wasn't worse than whatever was imagined. So thank God you can still join us despite what happened. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts here. First and foremost, thanks to, I would like to give kudos to the organizers of the event, as well as the dignitaries in the room, but also to a great, I used to call him a great man, Barrister Daniel. And I listened keenly to the speaker before you as well, in person of Ngozi. Quite thoughtful and cerebral there in terms of our perspective. I will try as much as possible not to repeat and not to flog some of the other things they've said in terms of how do we set the agenda when it comes to accessibility in Nigeria. I think I was, first and foremost, I was opportuned to be part of, to coordinate and lead that team that draft the National Accessibility Regulation, or what we call the National Accessibility Standard that we now have in the country. I know it has not been popularized, but I think that gives us a great way to kind of start and to start asking ourselves, what do we need to do? I was listening to Barrister Owen when he talked about the Freedom of Information Act and how people need to make use of it to invoke and to ask when buildings are not accessible. And the question I asked myself is that if we pick 10, 20% organizations of people with disability, what do we know is accessibility beyond RAM? Beyond RAM, what do we know as accessibility? And that's the first point I really want us to really pay attention to, particularly the AAP Nigeria team, for us to first invest, and I use the word invest heavily in building the capacity of both state and non-state actors, including organizations of people with disability and persons with disability themselves, particularly on understanding the concepts of accessibility, both in terms of physical, but much more worrisome for me, where the capacity is quite low in terms of digital accessibility. We don't have any law to that effect, and I'll come back to that later. I think that is the first point. I remember Ngozi was also talking earlier, and she was sharing some of her thoughts around engaging the National University Commission. Yes, that's something I know a couple of people who have attempted. But I really think the Disability Commission needs to take the bulls by the horn on that. But this time around, as much as we need NUC on that, I think we need to take some practical learning and experience from how entrepreneurship become part and parcel of every university today. It wasn't NUC that drives that conversation to other universities. I'm sorry, I have to be very realistic on that. That was driven first by Babcock University and then the Pan-Atlantic University, particularly around the Entrepreneurship Development Center. Those two universities started the whole conversation and the gamut of we need real work to be done around entrepreneurial education, and not just to be a course in the university, but to be a GNS, a general course for everyone to take. And gradually, those two universities started, and before you know, other universities, including our federal university, took attempt and started it. I really think if we need to change that conversation of mainstream, because that's the most sustainable way we could of building the capacity of architects and civil engineers, particularly around physical accessibility. I'm not even talking of digital now, or the whole spectrum of the engineering team that are engaged when it comes to physical infrastructure. Then I really think all we need to do is to identify one or two universities who could be willing to take this conversation, and they could be a model to taking that forward. But while we're doing that, I also know the Nigerian Society of Engineers and NIA, the architects. These are people we also really need to engage. But in doing that, I really want to place a caution. And that caution is developing several and multitude of content that is not standardized. I really feel AAP, in terms of what I think you could do in setting the agenda, is setting some standards. Where there is no standards, everybody do whatever they like. And I'll give you a good example to that. I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, we were about to conduct an accessibility audit for one of the global financial institutions in Nigeria. They are not even a Nigerian-owned bank, but they are one of the global ones. And they hired one of the best engineering companies. If you think of 1 to 5 engineering companies that are operating in Nigeria, you would count them. They asked them to help them do some retrofitting of 3 of their major headquarters, one in Abuja, another in Port Harcourt, and the third in Lagos. So they asked us, why don't you just start with those 3 and audit it? If that's a good one, then we can use it as a model for other institutes, other branches that we do have. We went there. Yours sincerely, I was there myself. And guess what? The ramps, let's start as little as that, where what everybody know. The gradient or the slope of the ramp they use in the 3 banks aren't the same. They did not meet the global accessibility standards of what a ramp should be. And I'm using that because I feel that's the easiest one that everybody can relate, because accessibility is far, far more than that when it comes to physical infrastructure. I remember when we were in Lagos, one of the directors who joined us, and then we said, this is not meeting accessibility. He said, no, you can't tell me that. So I asked her, go online and Google what is the gradient. And luckily she is an engineer herself, so she decided to measure it. Why am I saying this? There is no standards. And where there is no standards, certain things are bound to happen. If you go across now, you know that there is a standard when it comes to where should you put a block from the ground floor up to the window level. And what should be a window level depending on the types of the window. There is a standard to that. You all know that there is a standard to what should be a bed in terms of the height. And we know that, oh, a 6x4 bed or a 6x6 bed, it's always going to be like this. That's a standard. But when there is no standard to things, everybody designs different things. In fact, as simple as I always tell people, that majority of what we have in Nigeria is luggage ramp and not a wheelchair ramp. So if you take your time, what we are seeing in many of our MDAs today is because there is no standard. And I hope the National Accessibility Regulation will be a way, at least for the federal ministries, to probably for you to propagate. But I think Barrister Owen also talk around something that I really want to kind of take a bit further. When you talk around the fact that states do have possibility of having their urban and regional policy planning, I'm going to really, really encourage AAP. Probably you need to work with some of the INGOs to take this further by finding 1 or 2 states who can domesticate the National Accessibility Regulation or adopt it and find a way to have a legislation. The real impact of that document would never be felt at the federal level. The real impact by persons with disability will be felt at the state level. So we really need to take that, and probably maybe one or 2 or 3 states pick that up. We will start having what we can use to engage states, that you have a legislation that says you need to maintain certain accessibility standards in the way you design and in the way you construct your infrastructure and facility. I feel more work needs to be done in that particular space. And I really feel that should be very fundamental. I would come back a bit to the third point around building the capacity of OPDs. I belong to the community, even though I don't work for OPDs, that's organizations of persons with disability. But as long as I'm a person with disability, I see this happening, where even people who lead disability movement will scan a document, as simple as scanning a document, and send it to you who is visually impaired. I see many of our disability leaders posting pictures on WhatsApp status and as simple as caption, they don't know the importance of it. And if that's the situation, we all then go out there to campaign. Sorry to the legal luminaries on the call. The Latin maxim, the popular maxim is nemo quod non habet. You cannot give what you don't have. If you are not giving accessibility, you are not practicing simple, basic accessibility principles in the way you do your things. I used to say there are 4 Ps: the program, the policies, the practices, and the processes. As simple as the processes and practices of how you disseminate things, if you cannot understand simple accessibility practices or culture, then how do we expect the general society to do that? So you need to invest a bit of time in building the capacity, even though we don't have a digital accessibility framework or legislation. I really think we need to work on this. The 4th point I really want to face, it's around the national and the digital accessibility standard. We don't have that. What we have currently is a physical. I know I supported the team that developed the only one we have in Africa currently, which is in Kenya, which is a legislation. But we need to start thinking of how to do that here. The question anybody will ask me is, you're a Nigerian, but you have to support Kenya to do one. Please bear with me. It is where the funding is available. But I really think we need to do that in Nigeria, because almost nobody can, government websites are rising up day by day. In fact, I'm sorry to say, as simple as the National Disability Commission website, if you take an holistic accessibility framework of it and try to run an digital accessibility of it off the Commission website, I can bet you they will not meet the World Wide Web accessibility guideline. I have done it and I have checked it, just using some simple tools to do that. And if the Commission is not meeting up that, then the question is, how do we even hold other government agencies? The payment platform. I heard Barrister Paul talking about the CNG portal. I have been to the CNG platform. It's not really accessible. Maybe accessible to you who have the site, but for those who are blind or who have low vision, it's a poor accessibility. The same thing to many of the recent initiatives that the government is putting out around credit cards and all of those beautiful initiatives that other people with disability might want to tap into. Those platforms don't meet accessibility standard. And then the question is, I see me, myself, despite my technology skills, I know one of those websites I wanted to apply and I have to stop because of inaccessibility. So that's the 4th point I really want to kind of say. We need to start looking inwards and start seeing what we need to do there. Taking it further, the points around assistive devices, assistive technology, and accessibility cannot be diverted. It's like a software and an hardware part. And the problem we have currently is that we have a very poor national assistive technology, assistive devices ecosystem in Nigeria. I remember I was talking just on December 3rd with the World Trade Organization, and we were talking about disability inclusive trade, leveraging on AFTA, the African Free Continental Trade Agreement, and how we can promote trade of assistive technology within Africa. I'm sorry, I think South Africa is the only country in Africa, not Nigeria, that do have that standards of wheelchair. Today you want to buy a wheelchair in Nigeria, it's already made and people donate it to individuals. When we know that the standards of assistive wheelchair is that you should customize it to your needs and not should be buy on the market as a fixed thing, the way you just go and buy one phone on the market. It should be customized and tailored. South Africa seems to be the only country that is doing that in Africa, to the best of my knowledge. Please, I'm quoting that to the best of my knowledge. If we then need to start production of assistive devices, few people have tried it. But the reality is we are not doing it from what we call the economy of scale. Once the economy of scale is not brought into the prototype of such a product, it means it will continue to be more expensive to produce locally and more cheaper to bring or import into the country. We need to think deep about this. And this is where we really need to bring the intersectionality of businesses, government grants, as well as development into the play. We need to think more in that space. And I've really said it. I mean, we need to think, because there's no way organizations or people would want to make their facility accessible and they will not need some level of assistive technology to enhance those things. Like I said, it's like a hardware and a software kind of conversation that we are having here. So how do we need to do that? We need to bring in the private sector. Government need to fund research. Of course, research is something that we are not good at in Nigeria in terms of government putting money into R&D, research and development. But government needs to come in here. Research and development, one. Import duties of assistive devices. I know there was a time the Ministry of Humanitarian came out to work with one of these INGOs around, but we don't even have a standard national list of what do we categorize as assistive devices in Nigeria, let alone taking it back to import duties to say this, advocating for an import duty to say these materials, there's less of import duties on it. Many assistive devices come into the country, no standardization, SON have no standard for them. So anybody can import anything called assistive devices and people use it, whether it's good or bad. But the worst part of it, some business owners have to find a way to start bringing those assistive devices through neighboring countries and not through our borders because of import duties. So we really need to think about this import waiver. Few countries, Ghana, Zambia, have been able to start thinking around waivers. So we need to bring the policy and advocacy component into this conversation. Finally, the businesses. Ngozi talked about how the need for us to engage private sector. As part of setting the agenda, I would really urge AAP to think, where do we need to start as a model? You cannot get everywhere right. If there's one sector that I really think you can use as a model and could be very, very impactful, I think it's a financial institution, because they are easily regulated. And you will see almost every financial institution use almost the same kind of doors, no matter the branding they have. Certain things are common to them in terms of the way they do things. ATM machine is ATM machine, right? So most of their things are almost the same. The counter on the banks are almost the same in every bank. Design might look a bit different, but it's almost the same. So why don't you also think of working with the central bank, at least? Because that's the regulatory body. Even if it is just on the physical infrastructure, using the national accessibility regulatory framework that we have now, regulation, in a way that you are designing what we call a smart model for accessible banking. Maybe you call that as an acronym, SMAB, I don't know. But it's part of what I really think you can do. Imagine we have our financial institution today demonstrating some accessibility. Imagine the CBN bringing out that model and insisting that every bank must adapt to these accessible standards. Imagine the impact, and imagine how we can then start using that to change other private sectors that are not as regulated as a financial institution. At this moment, I really want to say thank you for the opportunity. But remember, the simplest definition we put to disability is impairment plus barriers equals to disability. And I always tell people that if you tweak it and said impairment plus access equals to disability inclusion, without accessibility, disability inclusion is totally impossible. So thank you very much for the work you're doing, and back to the moderator in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Rarat, for your time, for your thoughts, for your insights, and of course the passion, which of course is quite understandable. Anyway, being one of us, just have to get this thing done together. Are there any questions for him before we wrap it up? Okay, everything is okay. Fine. You've been let off, Rarat, so you can go and take care of the rest of the day. And regards to the rest of the family, we thank God once again for that divine intervention. It's been time well spent. We want to thank the Association of Accessibility Professionals for convening this gathering and for the kind of quality of participants, the quality of respondents that you've brought in that have, enlightened us, brought for quite a lot of issues. My attention was actually called to the fact that the Disability Act itself is all about accessibility. It does in different forms. So there's really, it's really been an eye opener, and we are hoping that, there's one thing about Nigeria. We are good at having talk show. So we hope that this doesn't end up as a talk show, that it will be action following. And that way it will really truly be time well spent. So I think in wrapping up, I'll just hand over to you once again, our founder, to say what you think, and then we cover today.
Thank you very much, Razak, for your presentation. Thank you for following up on the event prior planning to this day. You've offered very useful suggestions, advice, observation. Personally, you have spoken with me. And then again, you are here to speak to Nigerians. We are very grateful, sir. You are a member of the IAP. We have a lot to learn from you and a lot to do with you. We look forward to working closely with you. And then to every other person who made presentations today, Daniel Owe, we thank you. Diwesh, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Ngozi. You blow our mind. It's gratifying for us that now you are our member. Thank you to every other person who have made presentations, and to our audience who have been here since morning. From the roadwork down to this stage where we are. A lot of work is before us. You have heard the exposition, and it is a work that no one person can claim he can do. It's a work that calls for collective action. And I'm happy that we are setting the agenda today. I'm happy that we have some of the best brains in Nigeria and in Africa on boarding with us on this meeting. We are very, very much open to Nigeria, Africa, and to the world. And that going forward, we are going to imbibe best practice, international best practice. And that is the cause for this event. Thank you, Frederick, for your presentation. You were more than willing to go very, very deep. Your demo show, you wanted to show us everything about digital accessibility. We don't have much of that time, but you still did it anyway. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We thank you, Nigeria, for accepting us, for getting ready and getting set for us. Because we are coming, we are boarding, and we will fly. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so just to wrap it up, and let us remind each and every one of us that the AAP is more than just an organization, but partners in building an accessible and inclusive world. The team of professionals is dedicated to helping everyone with disability meet their accessibility goals with expertise, passion, and commitment. So with AAP by your side, you can be confident that the journey towards inclusivity is in the right hands. And so we're asking for all hands to come on board to ensure that this goal is accomplished. We want to thank you once again for your time, for staying with us, and we pray that by the time we come back to another conference, it will be to give a progress report of how far we have gone. Thank you once again, and do have the best of the rest of your day.
Thank you.